we begin more cross-examination of Dr. Moran, let's handle a few procedural matters. I have reviewed the motions from SIGFR and NCJC, and with respect to SIGFR 3's motion for omission of certain evidence, the motion is denied. With respect to NCJC's motion for stipulation regarding the omission of certain evidence, that motion is also denied. The commission really appreciates the parties with their innovative thinking, but the commission feels the cost-benefit analysis doesn't work its way out, and we really want to keep a clear record. So that is the main reason. So let's move on to public staff. Ms. Lohr?
Good morning, Nadia Lohr with the public staff. The commission asked yesterday for more details about our supplemental testimony. So I wanted to let the commission know that the public staff will complete our investigation of the May and June updates of the company by September 29th. And we will work with the company to file testimony and schedules, resolving the issues by October 13th. And our anticipated witnesses are Michelle Boswell and Fen Zhang, our accounting panel, David Williamson, James McLawhorn, Dustin Metz, Jeff Thomas, Tommy Williamson, and Blaze Michna.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lohr.
Thank you.
So the last matter is motions to excuse. And I'm going to go ahead and rule on those orally from the stand. The following witnesses will be excused: DEC witness Hager, DEC witness Kopp, DEC witness Capps, DEC witness Hill, DEC witness Sparrows, except for the COVID rebuttal testimony, DEC Stewart, DEC Sykes, DEC Walsh, DEC Council, Public Staff Chiles, Public Staff McCullough, Kuka Lyons, NCSEA Witness Kaufman. The motion to excuse is denied for DEC panel of Meeks and Shearer. And with that, Mr. Freeman, you can begin your cross-examination.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Moran, good morning.
Good morning to you.
In light of the sense of the commission, I'd like to mark a number of documents and move them into evidence. I don't want to remove your ability to discuss any of them, but we've talked about them at length before, so I thought we could fairly quickly move them into evidence. But again, if there's anything that you'd like to pause on, please let me know. Okay. If you would turn to the document that's previously pre-marked as Potential Exhibit 2, which is the Supreme Court opinion, I would propose to mark that as Public Staff, Moran, Direct and Rebuttal, Cross Exhibit 8.
And what was the potential exhibit number again?
2.
2, thank you.
It's in the first binder, 1 through 40. This is the Supreme Court opinion about flotation costs. I was going to move it into evidence, but if you have any thoughts on it, I think we went over it pretty well yesterday, but again.
I think we did.
Okay. Next is behind tab 3, the prior excerpt of a prior commission's order regarding flotation costs, which I would propose, Commissioner, to mark as Public Staff, Moran, Direct and Rebuttal, Cross Exhibit 9.
So marked.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Next, I would propose to move into evidence some of the materials we discussed together in May. If you would turn to Potential Exhibit 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, but I will start with 20. That's the adjustment clauses, state by state overview document. Commissioner, I propose to mark that as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 10.
So marked.
Agreed.
21 is the map that I made, which I propose to mark as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 11.
So marked.
22 is the alternative regulation provisions from RRA. I'm sorry, am I going, Dr. Moran, are you?
I'm there.
Okay, 22 alternative regulations provisions in place. I propose to mark the document behind tab 22 as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 12.
So marked.
My map, which is related to that exhibit, which is behind tab 23. Potential exhibit 23, I propose to mark as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross 13.
I agreed. We went through that.
Yes. And 24, potential exhibit 24, which is the Fitch report from Washington. We went over that as well, but I propose to mark that as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 14.
And Mr. Freeman, my potential cross exhibit number 23 seems to show a map.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'd just like to move into some of the prior testimony in South Carolina documents. Potential exhibit 12. That's the Arizona rebuttal testimony, which we discussed yesterday. I would propose to mark that as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 15. That's behind tab 12,
So marked.
cross exhibit 15.
Agreed.
If you would look as potential exhibit 15, that's the South Carolina rebuttal testimony. I would propose to mark it as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 16.
So marked.
Exhibit 39 and 40 are the South Carolina settlement documents. If you're ready, Dr. Moran, I'll talk about those, or
Could you expand on that one?
which one would you like to talk about?
39?
39 is the settlement that Duke Energy Progress entered into in South Carolina, and 40 is the order.
I'm familiar with the order.
Okay. I propose to mark potential exhibit 39 as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross 17, and potential exhibit 40 as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 18.
Those will be marked as stated.
Thank you. We had talked about some analyst reports last time, and those are behind tab 36 or identified as potential exhibit 36. I would propose to mark those as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 19.
So marked.
No problem.
Okay. Just a few points, Dr. Moran, that I'd like to talk about with you. If you'd look behind the tab 32 on the bottom, potential exhibit 32, which I propose to mark as public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibit 20. This is a new document. On page 4 in the bottom paragraph.
It will be so marked.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, if you're on page 4, this is the Morningstar evaluation for Duke Energy Corporation, not Carolinas. In our discounted cash flow valuation, we use 6.0% cost of capital based on a 7.5% cost of equity. This is lower than the 9% rate of return we expect investors will demand for a diversified equity portfolio, reflecting Duke's lower sensitivity to the economic cycle and lower degree of operating leverage. Is Morningstar here telling us that a 9.0 ROE is appropriate?
That's one opinion from one analyst.
I understand.
But
Dr. Moore,
But it's not the consensus.
I understand. One moment, Dr. Moore. I'd like to take just a little bit of an issue with your assertion about that bond yields and rate of return on equity and how they move. If you would like, I'll direct your attention to your Exhibit 9 and your direct testimony.
Page number?
Exhibit 9, which is near the back, maybe the next to last page, I think.
I have it.
I was just looking at the last 5 years, and it looks to me like Treasury bond yields and authorized ROE percentages are not moving in lockstep in those years. And I think that bond yields increased, but ROE decreased from 2016 to 2017, 2017 to 2018, and 2020 to 2021. Am I reading your chart right?
Yes.
And then it flips. Bonds decreased, but the ROE went up from 2018 to 2019.
That's correct.
And then they did move in lockstep from 19 and 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you should take a longer term view, and there's a nice graph there, the one that's in pink.
I understand. I was just looking at the last, just recent years is what struck my eye. But I understand that your point is over the longer term, they do move. There is a correlation between their movement. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, the graph, the second graph, the lower one, shows that as interest rates increase, the risk premium shrinks. Conversely, when interest rates go down, the risk premium increases. And in that equation there's that little bitty algebraic equation that shows 0.48. That's roughly 0.5, 1/2. So that simply shows that when interest rates go up 1%, the ROE goes up half of that, and conversely. And that's why the California Commission adopted this indexation of ROE to interest rates using my 0.5 coefficient, using this graph, basically.
I think we had talked yesterday about how you had seen just recently a sharp increase in interest rates, and maybe slightly dismayed about it, but that there had been a sharp increase, and that your ROE has gone between 10.2 and 10.4 recently.
Correct.
I guess there was a famous and well-regarded economist who once cautioned commissions when faced with situations like this about what we can do. And I believe you'll agree with them. But that eminent scholar told us the capital markets are highly volatile and uncertain, and therefore the determination of cost of capital should thus take a more accommodative and flexible, longer-term view, and should resist the temptation of simply inserting today's numbers into an algebraic equation without regard to the purpose of the exercise, given that rates set by the regulator are to remain in effect typically for the next several years. The allowed rate of return should reflect this circumstance and should not reflect day-to-day fluctuations in interest rates and current spot circumstances, and then warned that regulators moderate the swings in interest rates when determining a fair and reasonable return on equity capital, and regulators adopt a longer-term perspective.
Mr. Freeman, can you give us the page reference?
498.
Who is that famous economist?
Dr. Morin.
Oh, I said, okay. It's still correct. I still stand by this. You shouldn't react to day-to-day fluctuations in stock prices and interest rates. But when you see a trend that lasts several years, that's a little bit different. But I agree with that statement totally.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moore. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Neal, NCJC et al. Good morning, Dr. Morin.
Good morning, sir.
The questions I'm going to be asking you today are all going to are going to also rely on potential cross exhibits that are behind tab 43 in our notebook. I handed it earlier and left it open. And I put little sticky notes to help walk you through the different parts of tab 43. And with Commissioner Duffley, with your indulgence, we can mark those as we go. They're all contained there. And there was a slightly different naming convention in the last case where it was the party, cross-examination, witness, direct rebuttal, then the exhibit number. Some of these are already marked and we could keep that, or we could update to this case's naming convention.
Let's update to this case's naming convention. Thank you.
So let's start with some first principles. And to do so, we'll go to that first top sticky note, which is behind tab 43. It's PDF, page 63. It's an excerpt from your new regulatory finance textbook. So the textbook, I guess, that came before the one that you were just discussing with Mr. Freeman.
I have it.
And
Mr. Neal,
yes.
we don't know where you are.
Yes, we're in tab 43 of the NCJC et al. Potential cross exhibits.
So I have under 43, do you have information sheet at the
Yeah,
top?
so tab 43 for the cross exhibits.
So it's potential cross exhibit 43.
It is potential cross exhibits 43 that we were hoping to enter as a package.
Right.
But since we're not, I'm at PDF page 63 of tab 43. Which should be new regulatory finance excerpts from Dr. Morin.
So you're going to page 63,
That's correct.
okay, of the potential cross.
Under tab 43. So all of these will be under tab 43.
Okay, page 63, and that will be page 63 of the potential cross exhibit 43 will be marked as NCJC Morin direct rebuttal cross number 1. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. And it's we will, pursuant to the commission's order, we will submit these as separate documents after today. And this excerpt goes through page 92 of that PDF. So with that out of the way.
So page 63 to 92
Yes.
of the PDF
Yes,
is cross exhibit 1.
that is correct.
Thank you.
And our efforts to simplify things have further complicated things, but I think we'll get through this. And if there's should be a pink tab there that is within still that document that takes you to page 23 of your textbook. And if it's not, there may not be one, but it's page 23 of your textbook, which should be page 75 of that PDF. And I'll just read you the quote and see if you still agree with it. In setting the rate of return, the regulator, sorry, let me start over. Your quote is, the regulator should set the allowed rate of return equal to the cost of capital so that the utility can achieve the optimal rate of investment at the minimum price to the ratepayers. I take it you would still agree with that statement.
Yes.
And then in your direct testimony, in this case, on page 72 out of 79 pages of your direct, lines 9 through 13, you testified that right from the start, you wanted to point out that the commission must balance the interests of investors and customers in setting the cost of equity and that the commission's task is to set rates as low as possible, consistent with the constitutions of the United States and North Carolina. And again, is that still your position?
Yes, of course.
And so it's your testimony that setting the allowed return on equity at 10.4% is the lowest possible amount needed to meet those constitutional standards.
That is correct.
Now, you may recall in May, we discussed a chart that should be also have a yellow sticky that's page 97 behind tab 43 that was previously marked as Exhibit 3, but today we will ask it be marked as NCJC et al. Morin Direct Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit 2.
It will be so marked.
And I know this is a chart that should come with a magnifying glass. I apologize. But do you recall our discussion of this chart?
Yes,
Okay. And so you remember we discussed information that was pulled from Regulatory Research Associates, which is a firm you're very familiar with as part of S&P Global Finance, correct?
yes,
That includes jurisdiction, company, case identification, type of utility, in this case, all electric public utilities, where you provided the ROE recommendation for the utility. Do you remember that conversation?
yes,
And behind what's now been marked as NCJC Exhibit 2, there was a list of cases from what you included as RAM Exhibit 1 in the DEP rate case. Would you agree that you included as part of Morin Exhibit 1 in this case, the same list as service as expert witness?
yes,
And you would agree, as you look through that list, there are some cases where you didn't provide a docket number, maybe just the name of the utility in a year, for example.
yes, I recall that very well.
The numbers will speak for themselves in the chart, but would you be surprised that your average recommended ROE in this sampling of cases where you are the expert for utilities was about 12.3%?
Going way back, yes,
And that the average allowed for this whole set of cases was 11.3%, or 100 basis points lower than you requested.
yes, again, going way back, using those particular decisions which have been selected.
Well, again, as we discussed last time, these going off of the list you provided,
Yeah.
trying to identify electric public utilities, because you would agree that some of these cases, Southern Bell, some of these were not electric public utilities.
Correct.
Some of them were in Canada, for example. So,
Well, I've testified in 230
Yes.
cases in the last 40 years. So.
and not all of those were electric public utilities.
Oh, not at all, no.
That's right. So, and you would agree that with the exception we discussed last time of the HECO case, that that in every instance, the allowed ROE awarded by the commission was lower than what you had recommended.
Typically, yes,
And in all those cases, you would agree that you testified that your recommended ROE was the minimum ROE that would be required to meet the constitutional standards we talked about a minute ago.
that's correct.
And you have no evidence that in any of those cases that the utility was subsequently unable to attract capital on reasonable terms.
Well, the issue is not whether it can attract capital, under what terms and at what cost.
Moving on, we would again, Commissioner Duffley asked the commission to take judicial notice of the Order of Public Utilities Commission of the State of Hawaii and docket number 04-0113, which it's a decision in order number 24171 from May 1st, 2008.
The commission will take judicial notice of that order.
Thank you. So turning next to the yellow sticky, which is page 105 of the PDF at tab 43. we discussed in May, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia case that we will ask to be marked as NCJC et al., more in direct rebuttal, Exhibit 3.
It will be so marked.
And you recall this decision of the DC Circuit Court of Appeals in the MISO transmission owners case, correct?
I do recall it vaguely.
Okay, well, one of the issues in that case was the DC Circuit Court of Appeals reversal of FERC because FERC had gone back on itself and decided to use the risk premium model. And if you turn to page 27 of that order, which is, there should be a pink sticky for this, it should be page 131 of that PDF. Are you at page 27?
Yes, I am.
So do you recall we talked last time in May about the reasons why FERC had originally decided to reject the risk premium model? Do you recall that?
Yeah, I do.
And that they have a bullet list of reasons which include there was insufficient evidence in the record to conclude that that investors rely on this kind of risk premium model. And another bullet point, they note the risk premium model is less accurate than the DCF or CAPM because it relies on previous return determinations that may not have been market-based. Do you see that?
Yep, I do.
And then the final bullet, it presents, the court noted that FERC had previously concluded and that the risk premium method presents particularly direct and acute circularity problems because it uses past FERC allowed returns to set the new ones. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And moving to the next exhibit, which this is going to get to the topic of capital market assumptions that you discussed in your rebuttal testimony. And we would ask that PDF pages 136 through 142 be marked as NCJC et al., more indirect rebuttal cross-examination exhibit 4. And this is the excerpt from the 2023 JP Morgan long-term capital market assumptions report. Are you familiar with this report?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, and I made a comment in my rebuttal on the use of particular forecasts. We don't know exactly what the definition of rate of return is. Is it a geometric rate? Is it an average rate? Is it this year? Is it a forecast? And of course, all of these institutional investors, such as JP Morgan, have a caveat at the very end of their document saying, well, this is just our opinion, we may be wrong, and
That's right.
don't depend on it too much, you know.
And before we get to the caveat or even, you've gotten a little ahead of where I was, but we'll get there. At page 32 of your rebuttal, you state that you have serious concerns with the references in Public Staff Witness Walters' table CCW 10, which was on page 70 of Mr. Walters' testimony. And there he showed expected return on United States large cap equities from 4 different investment firms: BlackRock, JP Morgan, Vanguard, and research affiliates. Do you recall the chart CCW 10?
Yeah, I do, but I think the expected market returns that he showed range from 4.7 to 8.2.
That's right.
That's for the overall market.
That's right.
Utilities are less risky.
I agree.
So why on earth didn't you recommend a lower number? It doesn't make any sense.
And I appreciate that that was one of the concerns you had, is that if those capital market assumptions would indicate a lower recommended ROE than you or Mr. Walters recommended. But the other concern you raised was with this caveat at in the fine print.
The buyer beware.
The buyer, as you called it. And we discussed last time that but before we even get to the caveat, these capital market assumption reports are used by investors to help shape their investment decisions, correct?
Correct.
And as JP Morgan stated here, the document speaks for itself. We'll move to the next part, which is this caveat. You would agree that which you included in your rebuttal testimony is the fine print on the last page of Exhibit 4.
Yes.
And you may recall we discussed how other institutions that provide forecasts, even institutions that you rely on, such as Value Line, have similar caveats. Isn't that right?
Most of them do. They alert the user against exclusive reliance on those forecasts is not advised.
So turning now to the next exhibit, which will be page 143 of the under tab 43, which is the from the Value Line website. We would ask that it be marked NCJC et al. More indirect rebuttal cross-examination exhibit 5.
It will be so marked.
And if you turn to the second page of that, where there's it's really the third page where it has forward-looking statements, kind of in the middle of the page.
I have it.
You would agree that that Vanguard has similar disclaimer to the JP Morgan Chase disclaimer about these are forward-looking statements may use words such as anticipate, estimate, expect, or project, and believe in connection with a discussion of potential future events or circumstances. These forward-looking statements are based on certain assumptions and reflect our current reasonable expectations. They're subject to a number of risks that could cause actual results or events to differ materially from such statements. You should not rely on forward-looking statements. So again, in your own analysis, you rely on analysts' forecasts from groups such as Value Line, and they have the same kinds of disclaimers that the capital market assumption reports include. Isn't
Yeah,
that
they
right?
do. Of course, forecasts are subject to, uncertainty and inaccuracy. That's why you use a consensus forecast of everybody. That's also why I use other techniques other than DCF and CAPM and so forth.
And you recall that in Mr. Ellis's direct testimony, he didn't look at just one capital market report. He looked at 47 different capital market reports to get a sense of what investors are expecting generally from the equity markets as a whole over the next 10 years. Isn't that right?
He did, but yet again, there's an inconsistency there. He recommended a return that's higher than that of the overall market for a utility that is less risky than the overall market. And to me, that doesn't ring right.
Though you would agree that his recommended ROE was much closer in line with those capital market assumptions than yours, for example.
It was still higher than the market return.
So turning next to the topic of Value Line as a source of betas, if we turn now to PDF pages 148 to 154, we would ask, this is the article by Professor Harrington, whose beta is best, we discussed last time. You have it?
Yes, sir.
And we would ask that this be marked NCJC et al. More indirect rebuttal cross-examination exhibit 6.
It will be so marked.
And this was an article that you referenced to support your argument that Value Line betas are the best. Isn't that right?
Yes, they're very, very reliable.
And you would agree that this is an article from 1983, and that Professor Harrington was looking at data that went back to the 1970s as part of this analysis. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And you see in the second page of the article, in an article titled "Whose Beta is Best," the highlighted sentence, you see, unfortunately, there is no single best method of estimating beta.
I agree with that statement. There are some techniques that are better than others of estimating beta, but there's no supreme infallible technique.
And then if you turn to page 70 of the article, where there's a highlighted passage. Again, you read it last time, but for the completeness of the record, if you wouldn't mind, we're going to discuss your reasons for maybe disagreeing with Professor Harrington's conclusions, but could you read the highlighted passage?
I quote, "The results for the utility sample suggest several conclusions. First, sizable errors can be made. If, for instance, your horizon was 3 years and you were using value line betas to forecast the beta for an average utility over this period, the average error you could have made would have been 0.28. Since the mean beta forecast for value line was only 0.7241, the error potential was sizable. Second, for the utilities, almost every method studied overestimated the actual beta. And third, when the direction as well as the magnitude of the error is taken into account, the OLS, which means the ordinary least squares forecast, was better than the value line forecast of the utility sample."
Now, I recall from the DEP rate case hearing, you testified that despite Professor Harrington's conclusion, you looked at the chart on the following page, table 5, and said, well, the value line had the smallest mean square error, so therefore value line is best. That was
Okay.
your conclusion, correct?
My conclusion is pretty well in agreement with Professor Harrington. When you're measuring beta for one company, it is subject to measurement error. There's no disagreeing with that. So to counter that problem, you look at a portfolio of companies, and the error in the beta of a portfolio, like my peer group, for example, is not subject to the same error. The errors cancel each other out, and the beta of a portfolio is much, much more reliable than that for a single company.
But
So that's the defense against this argument.
Professor Harrington's conclusion was that when you consider the direction of the difference, so that
Yeah.
if value line is always overestimating and the magnitude of the error, that value line for the portfolio would be baking that error into the entire utility proxy group.
She's talking about individual company estimates of betas,
That's
not
right.
portfolio estimates.
But if her conclusion is that for all of the individual utilities she looked at,
Yeah.
that value line was overestimating and that it was the magnitude of the error is taking into account that the OLS forecasts were better for the utilities that she looked at than value line.
I agree with your statement, but again, the error of measurement in a portfolio beta is minimal. And investors do rely on, that's the burning question, they do rely on value line betas.
And we discussed last time that even your textbook notes, there are additional sources of betas that investors can also consult.
Yeah, Bloomberg, for example, Merrill Lynch, Market Intelligence, S&P Global, there are many other sources of beta. But value line it occupies a front row seat in terms of usage by investors.
See, exhibit 20. It's the morning star. It's okay. Should have had it handy. So before we wrap up, Dr. Martin, Mr. Freeman asked you some questions about what was marked as public staff cross-examination exhibit 20, which was the Morningstar report for the parent company for Duke Energy.
Yes, I recall that.
And you would agree that you're familiar with Morningstar.
Yes, sir.
You would agree that they are a financial services firm that offer clients investment research and management services?
I agree with that.
And as I recall, the question that Mr. Freeman asked you included this, that their forecasted, their discounted cash flow valuation used a 6% cost of capital based on a 7.5% cost of equity, which again, as you've discussed, lower than their 9% that they think investors are expecting from the market as a whole. My recollection is that Mr. Freeman asked you a follow-up question about 9% being an appropriate ROE, but according to Morningstar, they were looking at a 7.5% cost of equity for the parent company. Isn't that right?
That's correct. That's why it's better to rely on a whole bunch of forecasts to get a consensus. And by the way, I do appreciate your making my life a lot easier up here with all these stickers and markers. Thank you so.
We do our best. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neal, and thank you for helping the witness like you did. So redirect.
Yes, Commissioner Duffley, we have a few questions. Dr. Moran, Mr. Neal was asking you about the DC Circuit opinion that criticized the risk premium model. It's cross exhibit, NCJC cross exhibit 3 for purposes of this particular examination. I'd like for you to, I'll get you a copy, because I believe it's marked as a exhibit from DEC of the commission's most recent order in the DEP case. And let me find it for you, and I'll get the number there. All right, it'll be DEC Potential Cross Exhibit 6. And I'll find the book for you.
DEC, potential cross 6.
Whoop, watch it. There.
And Commissioner Duffley, I'm not proposing to mark this as an exhibit. Obviously, the commission can take judicial notice of its own orders. And turn, if you would, Dr. Moran, to page 163 of that order.
I have it.
And in the middle of that page is a couple of paragraphs in which the commission describes and discusses the risk premium model. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in the paragraph immediately above their discussion of the comparable earnings method, the commission says, the commission has given substantial weight to this method, meaning the risk premium model, in the past, and does so in this case as well. Is that what the commission said?
That's right. And the risk premium model is one of the three that is advocated in all the textbooks. For example, Brigham and Harehardt Financial Management. So there are three ways to get the cost of equity: DCF, CAPM, and risk premium. More importantly, the Certified Professionals Analyst Federation, in order to be certified as a financial analyst, you have to go to their courses. And there is an entire segment of these courses on the risk premium method. So it's something that's practical and rampant and known by investors, and they have to know about it. And the third point that I would make is that of all the techniques in finance for non-financial people, the risk premium is the most intuitive. It simply says that my return that I want is the risk-free rate plus a risk premium that's somewhere in the 5 to 6% range. It's a very intuitive, very practical method. So that's what I have to say. FERC been flip-flopping back and forth on this. They like it, they don't like it, they like it. So I think the commission's position on this is correct.
Or Dr. Moran, going back to yesterday, which seems like a long time ago, Mr. Jenkins asked you about a decision of the Minnesota Commission, which was marked as a commercial group Moran Direct and Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit 2. It will be in the commercial group book as potential Exhibit 2. I'm hoping you can find it up there.
I remember the document.
Okay. Well, I think you have to actually look at the
Okay.
document for my questions, unfortunately.
So which book? I have it.
So if you go to page 1, Roman numeral 1, which goes back, after all of the table of contents and so forth. And for people following along electronically, that would be PDF page 12.
I have it.
The Minnesota Commission recounts the procedural history of the case, correct?
Yes,
And it says it began on October 25th, 2021, correct?
that's correct.
The DEC case began on January 19th, 2023,
Yeah.
correct?
That's correct. So the Minnesota thing is pretty stale.
And if you go on to the
Yeah.
next page, proceedings before the administrative law judge, the evidentiary hearings were in December of last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
The evidentiary hearings in this case are in August of this year, correct?
That's correct.
And your rebuttal testimony with the confirmation of the 10.4 ROE for DEC was also filed in August of this year, correct?
That's correct.
So is the data upon which the Minnesota Commission made its decision more stale than the data that you have available for you, for the commissioners and have presented to the commission in this case?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Tynan of the CUCA yesterday asked you about your inclusion of First Energy and Eversource in your proxy group. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Dr. Martin, what is your philosophy on proxy groups?
My philosophy on making up a peer group of companies is to take as large a group as possible in order to minimize statistical errors and measurement errors and varying assumptions and so forth. If you have, 20, 25 companies, the law of large numbers prevails, and you can be pretty confident in the results from a larger group. And then if you want to take risk into account, because a particular utility may be less risky or more risky than the average, you make an adjustment. You can say, for example, I would argue for the bottom half of the range or the top half of the range, depending on the particulars of the company. In this case, I simply took the average because I think the peer group average risk is the same as Duke Energy. And the reason for a large group, there's so much noise right now, so much instability in the industry, it behooves the user to use as large a group as possible.
The proxy group that Mr. Walters used for the public staff in his presentation is the same as your proxy group.
Yeah, we both have the same peer group, and like I said in my rebuttal, there's a lot of common ground between Mr. Walters and my own work.
You indicated to Mr. Tynan that were you to exclude First Energy and Eversource, the impact on your analysis would be minuscule, is the word that I wrote down. What did you mean by that?
If you were to remove First Energy and Eversource, which you shouldn't, the average result on DCF was, I think, 9.0. And if you remove it, the result is 9.0. So it doesn't make any difference whatsoever.
Whatever your results were, it doesn't make any difference.
No, no.
I think they may have been higher than 9.0 is all I'm saying.
901 versus 90.
Well, I think the overall average on DCF was like 9.8
That's correct.
in the final. But
It's-
we're talking about 9.8 versus 9.81 or something
That's
like
correct.
that.
It's 98 versus 9801, a minuscule amount.
So that's, how minuscule is minuscule? That's pretty minuscule.
Yeah, that's infinitesimal.
Mr. Freeman walked you through a number, let's turn to Mr. Freeman at this point, walked you through a number of his math examples. It's probably a reason why lawyers should not do math, but anyway. Look, for example, at Public Staff Potential Exhibit 25. It will be in one of the public staff's books. Mr. Duffy, may I approach?
You may.
It's ours.
Mr. Meta, are you planning, I'm looking through, this has not been introduced as an exhibit yet. Are you planning to introduce its public staff potential cross 25? I don't see that that has been introduced
My recollection is that it was introduced, Commissioner.
as, is it
Yes.
exhibit number 9?
It's, I'll give you the corresponding cross-examination exhibit in a moment.
I believe 3.
3, okay.
Correct. It's been marked for identification. for
Okay,
purposes of the
I have it
indenture
now.
record.
Thank you.
And this particular exhibit, Dr. Moran, Mr. Freeman led you through what he indicated was a typical bill, right?
Yes, he did.
If you would turn to page 5 of 7 of the exhibit.
I have it.
There's a series of disclaimers, including the following. Therefore, the analysis below is based on a series of high-level assumptions and does not represent an actual bill. You see that?
Yes.
Actual results will vary. Do you see that?
Yes.
The analysis does not account for the effect of the 10% reduction in variance from the average rate of return applied during rate design. Do you see that?
Yes.
Moreover, this analysis does not include riders, neither currently approved riders nor new riders effective as part of the MYRP, i.e. decoupling ESM and PIMS. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the person, if you flip to the previous page, actually 2 pages, page 3 of 7, the person who page 3 of 7 indicates prepared this exhibit is Christine Persiacante. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's not you, is it?
No,
Did you have anything to do with the preparation of this exhibit?
none, nothing whatsoever.
Mr. Freeman also asked you about potential exhibit 5, which is now marked as Public Staff Moran Direct and Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 2, which he indicates was the value of a basis point. So if you can turn to potential exhibit 5 in that book.
I have it. I have it.
And turn to page 2 of 4.
Yes,
And page 2 of 4 indicates that the data response was prepared by Megan Mayberry. That's not you either, is it?
no,
And you didn't have anything to do with the preparation of this response, did you?
no, sir.
And looking at page 3 of 4, the first sentence says a 1 basis point adjustment would have approximately a $1.6 million impact on the consolidated revenue requirement. Do you see that?
Yes,
If you look at the very first page of the exhibit, so page 1 of 4.
yes,
Somehow Mr. Freeman has translated $1.6 million impact into a almost $4 million impact. See that?
yes,
You don't know how he managed to do that, do you?
no,
Going back now to page 3 of 4 again. The response goes on. The impact is predicated on the assumptions as documented on the Assumptions tab. You see that?
yes,
It goes on to say again that actual results may vary. You see that?
yes,
And changes in any of the assumptions would also cause the results to vary. Do you see that?
yes, sir.
Do you see anywhere in Public Staff Moran Direct and Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 2 the Assumptions tab that is referenced in this response?
No,
And having not prepared the exhibit, I take it you don't know what's on the Assumptions tab.
no, I do not.
You had a discussion yesterday with Mr. Freeman about A-rated versus B-rated bonds and the optimal, in your view, optimal bond rating for a vertically integrated utility like DEC to be a single A.
That's correct.
Is DEC a single A today?
Yes, it is. And that's a good thing.
And it's a good thing. Why?
It's a good thing because it minimizes revenue requirements. It's the optimal bond rating. By the word optimal, I mean cost efficient, the most cost efficient bond rating. You don't want to be a BAA company in case there are adverse capital market conditions because the spread between single A and BAA goes through the roof if you can get any money at all. So it's really a very good thing to be a single A rated company, and that bond rating of single A is in part due to the commission's supportive attitude.
Dr. Moran, Mr. Freeman also asked you about DEC needing to compete with other utilities regarding for capital. And I think the discussion essentially was that you had indicated in this regard, regardless of the monopoly status of a utility in its franchise territory, the market to attract, I believe the term you used was investor savings, was a competitive market, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated further that ROEs in the states in the southeastern region had in many instances pushed north of 10.0 in recent years, correct?
Correct.
And not to steal Mr. Newland's thunder, but in his testimony, his rebuttal testimony at page 28, there is a table. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
What is the currently authorized ROE for Alabama Power Company, according to that table?
1191.
What is the currently authorized ROE for Georgia Power, according to that table?
10.5.
And that's based on a decision in 2022.
Yes, sir.
What is the currently authorized ROE for Florida Power and Light?
10.8.
And that also is a decision in 2022.
Yes.
What is the authorized ROE for Tampa Electric Company?
10.2.
Also a decision in 2022.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Freeman asked you yesterday, and I think Mr. Tynan may have also, and Mr. Freeman followed up again today with some questions regarding the relationship between interest rates and authorized ROE. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. Freeman indicated yesterday that the commission in the last DEC rate order authorized a 9.6 ROE, correct?
Yes.
And he indicated that the burden was on DEC to justify an 80 basis point increase since then, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated to him that the justification lay in the rise in interest rates.
Yes.
Or at least that was a major factor in the justification, correct?
Yes.
And when you say rise in interest rates, you're really talking about the long-term rates as reflected in 30-year Treasury bonds, right?
That is correct. That's the risk-free rate benchmark.
So in your testimony, Dr. Morin, rebuttal testimony, go to pages 9 and 10.
I have it.
And on those pages, in a question that essentially says, before getting into the details of each intervener response, do you have sort of some introductory remarks? Do you see that at the top of the page?
Yes.
And you indicate there are two factors that they entirely ignore. That is, the intervener ROE witnesses entirely ignore, correct?
Yes.
One of them is the water company ROE that was recently awarded at the time of your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then the second one is the subject of Mr. Freeman's questions to you regarding the relationship between interest rates and authorized ROE, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate there that when DEC's rates went into effect as a result of the prior order in June of 2021, the yield on the 30-year Treasury bond was 2.16%. Do you see that?
Yes.
Look, if you would, Dr. Morin, at DEC potential cross exhibit 31. And again, I'm going to have to find the book for you, I think. Commissioner Duffy, may I approach?
You may.
I assume you're on 31, number 31.
31, yes.
Mr. Meta, are we marking this?
Yes, Commissioner Duffley, and I would like to have it marked as DEC Morin Direct and Rebuttal Redirect Exhibit 1.
It'll be so marked.
Dr. Martin, before we actually get to this, go back to your testimony for just a moment. On page 10, rebuttal testimony.
I have it.
You have a graph on that page. Would you explain to the commission what that graph means and how it should be used?
Are you referring to this graph?
Yes.
It shows the relationship between allowed ROEs historically and the level of interest rates. And the relationship is fairly clear. As interest rates go up, of course, allowed rates of returns go up accordingly.
And you mentioned both yesterday and I think this morning, earlier this morning with Mr. Freeman, that there's a sort of a ratio, like as interest rates go up 1%, the ROEs tend to go up again over time in a trend line, about half that, correct?
That's correct.
And is that your experience with respect to the mathematical relationship between these two variables?
That is correct.
So going back to the potential exhibit 31, which we've marked as DEC Morin Direct and Rebuttal Redirect Exhibit 1. On the second page of the exhibit, as of August 22nd, 2023, so just a week ago, the yield on the 30-year Treasury bond was 4.42%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And your testimony notes that back in June of 2021, the yield was 2.16%, correct?
That's correct. So there's an increase of 2.26.
So an increase of 226 basis points.
Correct.
And half of that would be 113 basis points.
That's correct.
And if you add that to 9.6, you get 10.73.
That's correct.
And I think that's what you call the rule of thumb, right? This
Yeah.
1% to 0.5%
Yeah.
relationship.
But fortunately, I'm not using 4.42% as the risk-free rate. I'm using, I think, 3.9.
Okay. So your actual risk-free rate, which is based on projected rates, is lower than the actual 30-year bond today,
Yeah, that's
or at
correct.
least a week ago.
As pointed out in Mr. Freeman's cross, one should not react to immediate day-to-day changes in stock prices and interest rate. And the forecasts that I've looked at recently have not gone up yet. One of them has, the blue chip forecast has gone up slightly by 10 basis points. So I'm still pretty comfortable with my original risk-free rate.
Of 3.9 or
Yeah,
whatever that
yeah.
was. Yeah. Looking also at the bond rate exhibit, DEC Morin Direct and Rebuttal Redirect Exhibit 1.
Yeah.
So that's the potential exhibit 31, I think, that you have right there.
I have it.
The DEP hearings were back in May of 2023, right?
Correct.
And as of May 1, the 30-year Treasury yield was 3.86%, correct?
Correct.
And again, last week, it was 4.42%.
Correct.
So a 56 basis point increase.
That's correct.
What do you make of that with respect to the appropriate ROE to be authorized in this proceeding?
Well, it's using these rules of thumb and the comparative level of interest rates in May 2023 versus today, it would suggest that it's certainly above 10%.
Okay. And when you look at the individual months since May, May to June is not much of a change, correct?
Correct.
June to July is, a little bit of a bump, 9 basis point, or yeah, 9 basis, or Yes, 9 basis points, if I'm adding it correctly. And then July to August is a little higher than that.
Yep.
And August 1 to August 22 is 30 basis points, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Meta, we have an objection. Mr. Metz, you can be heard. Okay, Mr. Meta, please direct your questions. Ask a question, and then let the witness provide an answer.
Sure. Dr. Morin, just going back to the last question. Between August 1, 2023, and 1 week ago, August 22, 2023, how many basis points increase was there in the 30-year bond yield?
31 basis points.
And Mr. Metz, did that satisfy your objection?
He could ask a non-leading question.
Okay, thank you. Then the objection has been dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Let me consult with Mr. Jurack for just a moment. No further redirect. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner questions. Chair Mitchell.
Good morning, Dr. Moore, and just a few for you. The kind of continuing on from the line of questions that your counsel was just asking you, the current interest rate environment, if you were to rerun your models using, I understand the testimony you gave that you're still comfortable with your recommendations, given the interest rate that you used, which was, I think you said 3.9. But if you were to rerun using more recent data, what would happen
It would probably go up by 20 basis points from 10.4 to 10.6.
across all three models?
Yes, the average of the three.
Okay. I just have a question for you, general question about the DCF model.
Sure.
Did you run the model for the DEP supplemental output at the same time you ran the DEC initial run? To the extent that you remember?
Yeah, yes,
Contemporaneously?
I think I did in the update, yes.
Okay, you say update. What update are you talking about?
I updated my recommendation in my rebuttal here,
Un-
which was the same, 10.4.
Okay, so I understand. I'm not asking you about your update in the DEC case. I'm asking you about the DEP,
Oh, okay.
the DEP updated number and then the DEC initial number.
Yeah.
Did you run those around the same time?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then you then you updated your DEC number, correct?
That's
And
correct.
the output was different.
That's correct.
So how did the output of the DCF model change from the sort of the DEP update, DEC initial to the DEC update?
Okay. It went up a little bit because the overall stock market outperformed the S&P Utility Index. So as a result of this underperformance, the D over P component of the DCF model has gone up. A lower stock price means a higher dividend yield, so it's gone up a little bit.
Okay. All right. Just a few questions for my own edification. I figure while you're on the stand, I'll ask away. Why should a utilities commission like this one care about stock price, a utility stock price?
Well,
Why does that matter to a commission?
well, it matters because the mandate of a utility commission is to be an arbitrator, to be fair to both ratepayers and investors. And it would not be fair to regulate in such a way that you would inflict capital losses on utility companies. That's why it matters.
Well, can you connect that dot for me between capital loss and stock price?
Yeah, the best way to do that is with an example. I just finished testifying in Arizona, and there was a terrible order a year and a half ago or so, the lowest rate of return in the country. And as a result, the Pinnacle West company stock price just went way, way down. There was a huge capital loss inflicted on shareholders. And that's not right, really. So the reason for regulation is to be fair to both ratepayers and investors by not inflicting unnecessary capital losses, for example.
So what happens to ratepayers if there is a change in the stock price?
Well, that means, number one, the cost of equity would go up, number one. That's one consequence.
And what does that mean for ratepayers?
What means that the revenue requirements will be correspondingly higher if you have a.
Does that mean that ratepayers are going to end up paying more for the electric service they receive from the utility?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. That's why you want to avoid inflicting capital losses on investors.
Okay. In general, I mean, what's your opinion of how utility stocks have performed relative to the stock market sort of in general over the past, I don't know, 12 months?
Well, during the COVID era,
Oh, don't go back that far.
and I'll go back that far.
I'm just trying to keep
In the
it
last
here.
12 months, the overall stock market has outperformed utility stocks.
Okay. And so why do investors typically, can you help me understand? I'm just trying to learn here. Why do investors buy utility stocks?
Well, there's still a remnant of the old blue chip mentality that utility stock prices are safe havens and so on.
And why is that?
The flight to safety, and because they're regulated, they're lower risk and so forth. But what's happening now is a game changer, and that is that if you look at the betas, for example, of utility stocks, they are perceived by investors almost as risky as the average stock. The beta 0.9, pretty close to 1, means they're almost perceived as risky as the overall stock market. And the reason for that, of course, is this huge transition to renewables and getting away from fossil fuels and the decarbonization of society and so forth. And because of those higher risks and because of the warnings of Moody's that has essentially put a negative outlook on all electric utilities, the stock has not performed as well as the stock market. It's always a matter of risk.
So, I mean, you've just talked some about, just two more questions for you. You've talked some today about the current environment for the long-term treasury bonds. I think you've got in the record here that we're at about a 4.42 as of August 22, 2023. So just last week, the treasury yield on the long-term treasury yield was at about 4.42%.
That's correct.
So is that I mean, isn't it your testimony that the yield on the long-term treasury bond is the benchmark for the risk-free rate?
Yes, it is.
Does that mean if I'm an investor and I buy that long-term treasury bond, it's essentially risk-free? I'm going to get my 4.42% no matter what?
That's correct, because the government can simply print money to make you
Okay.
whole.
So it's essentially a risk-free bet. If I have money to spend, I'm just going to go and buy that treasury because I'm going to get my 4.42 no matter what. Do I understand you correctly?
Excuse me, if you hold it till maturity. If you
Fair.
decide to sell it a year or 2 or 3 years from now, they could be a capital loss or a capital gain. Who
That's
knows?
fair.
But if you keep it for the whole maturity,
Okay.
it's guaranteed.
Understood. And so if I'm trying to make a decision between the 4.42%, let's say I'm someone that buys and holds, I don't jump around in the stock market. Would I go for the 4.42 or would I go for a riskier bet if I'm sort of trying to flee to safety?
Wow, what a question about portfolio management. It depends on your risk tolerance level. It also depends on your age. A younger
Let's
investor.
assume I'm trying to flee to safety, like you said before. I'm
Yeah.
just looking for a sure thing. I'm not looking to, high risk, high reward.
Yeah, I would stick to U.S. Treasury securities.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other Commissioner Kimmerite?
Hi.
Dr. I have a follow-up question about risk. And you testified earlier this morning regard to a question from your counsel on your rebuttal testimony on page 9 about your introductory remarks. And so my question is focused about risk for utilities that you talk about in your introductory remarks. And you testify that there's a hierarchy of risk among utilities, and that you said that water utilities are less risky than electric utilities because electric utilities have generation, and specifically DEC has nuclear generation. And water utilities do not have that generation, which makes them less risky, in your opinion. But you didn't follow up and provide any explanation about why the generation makes a utility more risky. So can you elaborate on that and provide some additional information?
Okay. Well, to anticipate what's happening currently is the generation is changing rapidly towards renewables type of generation, away from the traditional coal-fired generation, for example. And that is pretty risky for several reasons. Number one, to the extent that the producers, as opposed to consumers of electricity, begin to use what I call DG generation, that means it's going to be awfully difficult for utilities to forecast demand, okay? If consumers can also produce electricity, I call them prosumers. That's one element of risk. Number two, what about the technology risks that are involved? Will the wind forecasts be materialized? What about the disradiation in terms of solar energy? So there's all kinds of risks that are around the corner for generation. That's why it's risky. It's become more competitive. It's kind of similar to what happened in the 90s to telecommunications. There was bypass risk due to change in technology. The same is true today with electric utilities, to the extent that we are witnessing increasingly distributed generation techniques with bypass, with batteries costs going down and so forth, and storage becoming more of a reality. It's going to be awfully tough to forecast the demand. That's why generation is risky.
And to use Chair Mitchell's words, connecting the dots, can you connect the dots between ROE, how you would view it, ROE for a water utility without generation versus a utility that does have generation? From a practical standpoint, what does that mean for ROE?
Well, a water utility is very similar to a gas LDC. All they have is distribution, basically, of water from point A to point B. There are some risks with Safe Drinking Water Act and so forth, but that's about it. There's no risk of bypass. There's no risk of technology. And whereas that's not the case for vertically integrated electrics.
And so what does it mean for ROE? How would you,
Well, I'm looking at the betas. Beta is a very important measure of risk in finance. It's the measure of risk. You look at the betas of water utilities, it's somewhere around 0.75, whereas electrics vertically integrated, 0.9. That's a huge difference. You can take that difference and quantify it into a rate of return increment, which is significant.
Thank you very much.
I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any further questions? Yes,
Yep.
Commissioner Hughes.
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Moon. I caught something that you said yesterday. It caught my attention, and I'm not sure exactly how you phrased it. I just want to get a clarification. You talked about your range, and I think you said the word your range of reasonableness yesterday. I don't know if you said range or zone, and I think it was 9.8 to 10.8. But do you recall what you said yesterday? I
Yes.
don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, you're right. If you look at my rebuttal, the last page or so. Here we go. If you look at the amended, updated results in the rebuttal, let me see. I'm on the rebuttal at the very end there, page. Page 79, if you look at the ROE results, they range from 9.8 to 10.9. That would be my range. And of course, the average, the midpoint, the median is 10.4. That's what I was referring to.
Okay, but I think you used the word reasonable, I think yesterday.
Well, yes, I did.
Okay, so a 9.8 to 10.9 is reasonable. And is that with or without? That's with the flotation
Yeah.
costs embedded in it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, questions on commission questions? So, Sigford? Commercial group?
No.
Okay. Good to know. Mr.
Yes,
Neal?
just a few. Commissioner Duffley, David Neal, NCJC et al. You had a conversation about just a moment ago with Chair Mitchell and Commissioner Kemmerite about betas and their relationship to risk. And when you testified that the vertically integrated electric utility betas are about 0.9, you're using value line betas, isn't that right?
Yes, in all cases.
And those are bloom adjusted betas, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And what is a low, could you tell us what a low beta is?
A low beta means very, if any, correlation with the stock market. Let's say beta was 0.1. That means when the market goes up 100%, that stock only goes up 10%.
And
It's a measure of volatility relative to the overall market.
to put a finer point on it, what's the range of betas that you would say are low beta? So you said point.
Oh, I don't know of any companies that have beta 0.3, 0.4, not value line betas anyway.
But so when you talk about a low beta, you're talking about 0.4, 0.3,
Yeah, these
somewhere.
are correct. These are pretty low.
And with just a moment ago with Commissioner Hughes, you were discussing the reasonable range of ROEs based on your analysis. And you recall some questions from the commissioners on, I believe it was in the DEP hearing, where you talked about when you look at a utility that has the whole range of risk mitigators, that you would your recommendation would be in the lower end of your range.
Objection, Chair Duffley, Commissioner Duffley. That is not at all what the witness testified to in the DEP proceeding. It was the reverse.
Mr. Neal, would you like to respond?
I would. I would need a moment to, well, I guess there's two ways to do this. One is to take judicial notice of the witness's testimony in the DEP hearing. But the other would be to give me a moment to find the reference.
While he's looking for that, I'm going to overrule the objection. And if you can't find it, you could put it subject to check. And obviously the commission can look to see what that testimony is as well.
So, Dr. Morin, turning your attention to this would be in tab. Well, it is from May 5th and the E2 sub 1300 docket, the DEP rate case. I believe it was in response to commissioner questions. It's on page 44 of the transcript. And pardon me, this will just take a second. I believe that's at tab 42. of the potential cross exhibits. Ugh. These binders are terrible. So yes, behind tab 42 is the volume 9 of the DEP transcript. In response to questions you testified, in the absence of any of this PBR and risk mitigators, I think, first of all, I think that our rating agencies would have reacted negatively and perhaps maybe put the company on negative outlook. But in terms of the cost of equity, which is my responsibility, what I usually do is I come up with a range, let's say 9.5 to 10.5. And if the utility, I consider it riskier than average because of the absence of any risk mitigators, I would say to the commission, you should seriously consider setting the ROE on the upper half of the range. Conversely, if you're less risky than the average, set an ROE in the lower part of the range. So that's how it handled this. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah, very, very well.
Do you agree with that still?
I totally agree. If you don't have any of these risk mitigators, you would deem to be riskier than the average. It works the other way. But to the extent you have risk mitigators, like everybody else in the peer group, your risk is average, the same as the peer group.
Well, that wasn't your testimony. If you're less risky than average, set an ROE in the lower part of the range. That's how I would handle this.
But you're not less risky than average because you're very, very similar to your peer companies in terms of possessing this suite of risk mitigators.
We'll leave that to the commission, but thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Freeman.
Dr. Moran,
Yes, sir.
two topics, just when we talk about water, and I know historically how we viewed water, but lately it seems to me that water is pretty capital intensive, has a lot of these environmental rules, these small systems that can't absorb costs, and water doesn't have riders now. We don't have, I know we have a fuel rider, but we don't have a water rider. It seems like the risk profile is equivalent.
I disagree. The numbers don't suggest that. The betas don't, certainly. And you're quite correct. They have risks of their own, say water drinking have, for example, some infrastructure investments and so forth, but nothing like a vertically integrated electric utility, which are experiencing a huge paradigm shift.
The other thing is so your, the potential cross exhibits are loaded onto a PDF, and I actually inadvertently clicked on them. And it tells me that the 30-year treasury rate by month is now 4.29, not 4.42.
So
Does that sound correct?
yes, I'm not surprised, but I'm not using 4.2 or 4.3. I'm using 3.9.
I totally understand. It just seems like it bounces around a bit.
Yeah, it does.
One moment, please. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Nothing more on this side of the room, Mr. Meta?
Just a couple, Commissioner Duffley. Professor Moran, if you would go back to the DEP transcript, which I think was NCJC Potential Exhibit 40.
42 is volume 9.
The one with the stickers.
Yes, sir.
43.
42, actually. The stickers is the exhibits.
I have it.
And if you would go to page 68, that transcript,
I have it.
line 11.
Yes.
Or actually go to the previous page, 67, line 22.
Yes.
And the question at line 22 asks you to follow up on one of Commissioner Hughes's questions. and indicates that you had essentially said that you, as an ROE expert, typically come up with a range of modeling results. And in terms of your ultimate opinion, you might tend to go towards the higher end of the range using your judgment if you're in a situation where there is a complete absence of risk mitigation measures, correct?
Correct.
And then the specific question on page 68, beginning at line 11, is, but we now have modernized risk mitigation adjustments in addition to fuel clauses and the things that we used to have before. It would not be appropriate in that circumstance where we are today in North Carolina to provide a downward adjustment in otherwise applicable ROE, because those risk mitigation factors are already, to use the phrase that Commissioner Hughes used and Mr. Freeman used yesterday, quote, baked in, close quote, to the numbers. And your answer to that question was correct.
Yes, I agree with that.
Dr. Moran, Commissioner Hughes asked you about the range on page 79 of your rebuttal testimony. And if you could get that so we have it in front of us.
I have it.
And the range from 9.8 to 10.9 are the outputs of the models that are listed in the right-hand column of that table, correct?
Yes, these are the mathematical results of the implementation of those models.
And then the average is 10.4.
Yes, so is the midpoint.
Would it be appropriate, Dr. Moran, in your estimation, to rely on a single model for the setting of an ROE?
No, I feel pretty strongly about this. It's something I've written about, not only in my direct, but in all my books, that it's very dangerous to rely on one technique. I always make the analogy of a pilot flying on a single instrument. It's a pretty dangerous flight. So here it's very dangerous to pick out one of those results and say, well, that's the cost of equity. It's not. These are three different ways of looking at investor returns, three different ways of delving into investors' minds to see what is the expected rate of return. And they each look at it, each model looks at it from a different point of view, a different perspective. And the idea is to triangulate the three results towards a central tendency, which is 10.4. So I would alert anybody to not to use one single number out of this table and say, well, that's the cost of equity.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moran, for your testimony. We appreciate you coming in and testifying today. With respect to motions, if DEC can remind the commission, in the DEP case, there was an issue about holding Dr. Moran. Are we planning on excusing him at this point?
We do not plan to bring him back.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So I'll take motions.
Commissioner Duffy, we move commercial group more in direct and rebuttal cross exhibits 1 and 2.
Without objection, commercial groups cross exhibits 1 and 2 will be admitted into the record.
And CUCA would move CUCA's more in direct and rebuttal cross examination exhibit 1 into the record.
Without objection, KUKA's cross-examination exhibit number 1 will be entered into the record.
Commissioner Duffy, David Neal, NCJC et al. NCJC et al. Would move into the record the cross-examination exhibits 1 through 6, which will be provided as separate documents after today's hearing.
Okay, without objection, the NCJC cross exhibits 1 through 6 will be admitted into the record.
Commissioner, the public staff would move into the record its exhibits, marked public staff, Moran, direct and rebuttal, cross exhibits 1 through 20.
Okay, without objection, public staff's cross exhibits 1 through 20 will be admitted into the record.
And I believe that was my final exhibit. I'm sorry.
That is what my records
Thank
reflect
you,
as well.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Duffy, DEC would move into evidence Moran exhibits 1 through 9 to his direct testimony, and Moran rebuttal exhibits 2 through 9 to his rebuttal testimony, as well as DEC Moran direct and rebuttal redirect exhibit 1.
Okay, without objection, Moran's exhibit, 9 exhibits attached to his direct testimony, exhibits 2 through 9 of his rebuttal testimony, and the Moran redirect exhibit number 1 will be admitted into evidence.
And with that, Commissioner Duffy would ask that Dr. Moran be excused.
Thank you again, Dr. Moran. You are excused. So at this point, it's time for our morning break. Let's plan to come back on the record at 11:25. We'll go off the
Commissioner
record.
Duffy, sorry. Just for the awareness of all parties, next up in the schedule is witness Newland, but as we've noted, he is not available this morning until the afternoon. So then next up in line would be the Guyton Malley panel. So just wanted to make that clear before we went off to the break.
Okay, and we're actually going to start back at 11:30 then. Before I swear you gentlemen in, we have one commissioner that may need to leave around 3 o'clock today. Are there any objections to her reading into the record?
No.
Okay, let the record reflect there were no objections. Okay, left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're going to give here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. For the record, my name is Jim Jeffries, and I'm a partner with the law firm of McGuire Woods, appearing for Duke Energy Carolinas today. And I'll be handling Mr. Guyton and Mr. Malley. Mr. Guyton, let's start with you. Could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
Brett Guyton, 555A Brevard Road, Asheville, North Carolina.
And where do you work, Mr. Guyton?
Duke Energy Carolinas.
And what is your position with Duke Energy Carolinas?
I'm the Director of Asset Management for Distribution.
And what are your responsibilities in that position?
Planning for the improvements and advancements on the distribution grid for safe, reliable, affordable, and supply, or supporting the transition to carbon-free.
And Mr. Guyton, could you lean forward or bring that microphone back a bit? Thank you. You're not projecting.
Are you the same Brent Guyton that pre-filed testimony and exhibits in this proceeding consisting of the following? On January 19th, 2023, direct testimony consisting of 59 pages, attached to which were Guyton direct exhibits 1 through 10. And on May 19th, supplemental direct testimony consisting of 16 pages, attached to which were Guyton supplemental exhibits 1 through 8. And then on August 4th, 2023, rebuttal testimony consisting of 76 pages, attached to which were Guyton rebuttal exhibits 1 through 9. And finally, an errata to your rebuttal testimony that was filed on August 28th.
I am.
All right. And were those testimonies and those exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
They were.
And do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
Mr. Guyton, if I ask you the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed testimonies while you were on the stand today, would your answers be the same as is reflected in those testimonies?
They would.
Commissioner Duffley, DEC would request that Mr. Guyton's pre-filed testimonies be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Okay, so the direct testimony of witness Guyton filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 59 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 10 exhibits attached will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed. The first supplemental testimony of witness Guyton filed on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 16 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and the 8 attached exhibits will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed. The rebuttal testimony of witness Guyton filed on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 76 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and the 9 exhibits will be marked for identification as they were pre-filed. And the errata to the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Guyton filed on August 24th, 2023, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Mr. Guyton, have you prepared a summary of your testimonies?
I have.
All right. Commissioner Duffley, I would note for the record that the Mr. Guyton summary, along with Mr. Malley's summaries, have been filed with the commission per instructions.
And those summaries will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Malley, could you state your full name and business address, please?
My name is Daniel Malley. My business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And where do you work, Mr. Malley?
I work for Duke Energy as the General Manager, Transmission Engineering.
And what are your responsibilities in that position?
Responsibilities include overseeing the design of transmission lines and substations.
And are you the same Daniel Malley that pre-filed testimony exhibits in this proceeding consisting of the following: direct testimony filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 40 pages, and Malley direct exhibits 1 through 4. Supplemental direct testimony filed on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 13 pages, and Malley supplemental exhibits 1 through 4. Second supplemental direct testimony filed on July 18, 2023, consisting of 6 pages, and Malley second supplemental exhibits 1 through 2. And finally, rebuttal testimony filed on August 4, 2023, consisting of 79 pages, and Malley rebuttal exhibits 1 through 5.
Yes, I am.
And were those testimonies and exhibits prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or exhibits?
No.
And Mr. Malley, if I ask you the same questions that were set forth in your pre-filed testimony while you're on the stand today, would your answers be the same as is reflected in those pre-filed testimonies?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Commissioner Duffley, would you request that Mr. Malley pre-filed testimonies and exhibits be entered into the record?
Okay, the direct testimony of Mr. Malley filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 40 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. Mr. Malley's first supplemental testimony filed on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 13 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. Mr. Malley's second supplemental testimony filed on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 6 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. And the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Malley filed on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 79 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. Mr. Malley's 4 exhibits that were attached to his direct testimony will be marked for identification as when pre-filed. Mr. Malley's 4 exhibits attached to his first supplemental testimony will be marked for identification as when pre-filed. Mr. Malley's 2 exhibits attached to his second supplemental testimony will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed. And the 5 exhibits attached to Mr. Malley's rebuttal testimony will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
And as was the case with Mr. Guyton, and forgive me if I'm being repetitive here, but Mr. Malley's summaries have also been filed with the commission, and we'd request that they be entered into the record.
And we did that previously. They'll be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
I was trying to give the court report an opportunity to put it in the right order, so.
Correct. Very good. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Guyton and Mr. Malley are available for cross-examination and questions by the commission.
It's like Sigford.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Malley and Mr. Guyton. I believe all of my questions are going to be directed to you, Mr. Malley, but Mr. Guyton, certainly feel free to jump in. Mr. Malley, you testified in your rebuttal testimony on page 78, if you need to turn to it, in response to some recommendations from Sierra Club witness Goggin pertaining to multi-value strategic transmission planning. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
And specifically, you testified that witness Goggin's recommendations were unnecessary because DEC, through the NCTPC Transmission Advisory Group, or TAG, is pursuing the integration of multi-value strategic transmission planning into the local transmission planning process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say that
the company is pursuing integration of multi-value strategic transmission planning, do you mean the proposed revisions to attachment N1 to the company's OAT?
Yes, that is correct. And there is some additional detail associated with that, really filed under our recently filed Carolina's resource plan on August 17th.
Thank you for that. And I'd like to just break that down a little bit with respect to economic projects, reliability projects, and public policy projects. Where does multi-value strategic transmission projects fall into those overarching three categories?
Well, let me explain multi-value transmission planning in general, and that may help answer the question. Multi-value transmission planning is looking at multiple different value streams. So traditionally, a local transmission plan is primarily composed of what we call planning projects or capacity projects or projects required to meet NERC compliance obligations. When we look at different value streams, we look at the benefits from a customer reliability perspective, an asset management perspective, end of life planning. We're looking at things such as generation transition. So by looking at multiple different value streams, we can better assess the cumulative benefits and therefore evaluate if those should be appropriately included in the local transmission plan. So I don't know that so projects evaluated under a multi-value strategic approach could fit in multiple different buckets that you previously mentioned.
So would it be fair then to characterize a multi-value strategic project as one that perhaps could be a combination of economic reliability and or a public policy project?
Yes, that's a fair characterization.
Okay. And would you agree, subject to check, that some of those other revisions to the attachment N1 include proposing to remove the right of any NCTPC participant or tag participant to seek assistance from the commission or the public staff to mediate any disputes that might arise?
I'm not familiar with those specifics. I can't confirm or deny that.
Okay. And are you familiar with the demand response revisions to the attachment N1?
I have not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Matt Tynan for CUCA, and good morning, Mr. Guyton, Mr. Malley. I think all of my questions are for Mr. Guyton, so you get a break. Mr. Guyton, at page 3 of your testimony, lines 17 to 18, you mentioned, quote, discrete and identifiable capital spending projects. Is that right?
Can you give me the page again, please?
Yeah, it's page 3, lines 17 to 18.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, in your testimony there, you mentioned discrete and identifiable capital spending projects. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you got that phrase, discrete and identifiable capital spending projects, from North Carolina General Statutes, section 62-133.16 C1, which is the provision regarding the contents of multi-year rate plan applications. Is that right?
It's part of what I understand the MRP requirements. So yes, but I could not say where exactly it came from, legal terms.
You bring it up because it's one of the requirements that you were trying to meet.
Yes.
And at pages 17 to 18 of your testimony, you discussed the trends in SAIDI and safety reliability metrics achieved by DEC since the last rate case, right?
That is correct.
And it looks like through the end of 2021, safety had come down to about 1.1. Is that right?
At the in 2021, yes, in that year.
And then SAIDI also dropped down to about 150 or so.
Approximately, according to the graph, yes.
And the changes in SAIDI and safety show at least in part what ratepayers have been getting in return for the investments DEC has made, including grid improvement plan investments. Is that fair?
It would certainly include some of that. Some of the grid investment plan investments are relatively new, and they may not show up in those graphs at this point, but they will in the future. It takes time for that to show in data.
And then at page 22 of your testimony, you have a table where you identify $25.9 million of plant and service for distribution automation and 44 million of plant and service for self-optimizing grid. Is that right?
That's correct. That's the base case 2020 through December 21 or June 2023.
And those are the plant and service values that DEC is hoping to add into rate base in this case. Is that right?
Yes, that's part of the base case.
And those were amounts that DEC invested after receiving permission to defer GIP costs in the last rate case. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And then at page 26 of your testimony, you discuss reliability.
Sorry, what page was that?
Page 26
26, thank you.
of your testimony, you discuss reliability as one of 4 grid capabilities that GIP projects seek to improve. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
And then-
That's along with capacity, communication, and automation, as well as voltage regulation and management. That is one of the 4.
And then at page 35 of your testimony, you mention that self-optimizing grid and distribution automation programs that are proposed as part of the MYRP are a continuation of the investments that have been made under the GIP thus far. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at least one of the benefits of self-optimizing grid and distribution automation together is they improve reliability by eliminating the impact of outages, by allowing the grid to repair outages on its own and to more quickly remedy those outages. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it limits the exposure of a fault event to a lower number of customers.
Mr. Guyton, we're having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. It
you.
limits the exposure of customers to a fault event on our system. That's only on the backbone circuits for self-optimizing grid.
And the hope there in terms of reliability benefits is that you'll see improvements in the SAIDI and SAFE metrics with those investments being made. Is that right?
That is correct.
Are you aware of DEC's most recent quarterly reports, quarterly reliability reports?
I know they exist. I'm not detailed familiar with them.
I would ask the commission to take judicial notice of the DEC and DEP quarterly service reliability report for Q2 2023, which was filed in docket number E100 sub 138A on July 27th, 2023.
The commission will take judicial notice.
And Mr. Guyton, am I correct? You don't know the numbers that are in that report?
I do not.
And would you agree then, subject to check, that that report shows SAFE of 1.38?
Subject to check.
And the SAIDI for the 12-month period ending June 30th, 2023 is 199.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, subject to check, would you agree that the SAIDI reported for DEC for the 12-month period ending June 30th, 2023 is 199?
Subject to check and whether MEDs are included or excluded in that number.
And subject to check, you would agree those are the values with MEDs excluded?
Subject to check.
So taking those numbers, SAFE of 1.38 and SAIDI of 199 from the most recent report, subject to check, you would agree those have gone back up since the end of the test year in 2021?
Yes, and you can see in the graphs that are in my testimony, you see a fluctuation year over year. It's very weather dependent. Now, the MED reduction or removal is an attempt to remove that volatility, but it doesn't remove all volatility from weather. And weather and vegetation are by far the biggest impacts in that space. So that's what you see in that trend.
And those system reliability metrics from the June 30th report are actually worse now than before DEC implemented the GIP projects, aren't they?
Subject to check. And again, we need to look at the major event days data as well as what we call red sky days or storm days that don't qualify for MED.
Again, subject to check, assuming that I've correctly reported the values of safety and SAIDI, the improvements in reliability that we expected to see from self-optimizing grid and distribution automated have been washed out, haven't they?
They have not. If you look at and cherry pick a particular year or months or time periods, you can draw whatever conclusion you choose to draw. The intent is, and that's why I did that in the graphs, is looking at the trend over a multi-year period. That gives you the real story and the impact of the investments that we're making. To focus in on a particular year, month, day does not tell the story accurately at all.
And you didn't include any data in your testimony past the end of the test year of 2021, did you?
Not in my direct. I would have to verify, but I don't believe so.
And why did you cut it off at the end of 2021?
That was the base case. I was representing what's happened in the base case period in that part of my testimony.
And it would be better to not look at what happened after that, right?
No, it would be, but understand that look at it in totality from multiple years, not just an individual year.
So if SAIDI and safety are worse now than they were before the previous rate case, how can the commission trust that the investments that were made in reliability under the grid improvement plan have actually paid off?
I think they will look at the multi-year data as we've presented. And in fact, I believe if you look at public staff witness Tommy Williamson's testimony, he takes a view of that and talks about the impacts over time through that period. And I agree with his assessment. That, like I said, the data is there. You need to look at multiple year periods and understand what's happening. And we report on that, as you well stated.
Are you familiar with the PIMS settlement that's been entered in this case?
I am not. I was not part of the PIMS discussion.
Would you accept, subject to check, that the first penalty for the reliability metrics is if DEC exceeds a SAIDI of 197?
I do, subject check, I do not know, was not involved at all in PIMS.
And with the most recent value of 199 and a penalty threshold of 197, is there much change there?
Again, I was not involved at all and don't know the structure of how that's made and whether that difference triggers anything or not.
Subject to check, the proposal is to trigger a penalty if SAIDI exceeds 197 in calendar year 2024. That's right?
For any moment in time. I'm not familiar with how that, is it an average over a time period? Is it instantaneous? Again, I do not know how that's structured.
If you're saying that the self-optimizing grid and distribution automation projects have improved reliability of the grid, is it your testimony that things would be worse off if not for those investments?
Yes.
And do you think that the worsening trend in SAIDI and safety since the end of 2021 is the product of prudent utility management?
I do. And again, I believe you're cherry picking a date range to show that if you look at the multiple year piece. And in fact, the two wind events that we had August, I think it's 7th or 8th and August 15th, I've got the data with me on how many minutes were saved by the self-optimizing grid for customers. So there's a real impact every time where we're making improvements and the customers are experiencing better. It is subject to extreme weather. That's one of the reasons that we're making the investments, is to continue to harden the grid and make reliability improvements. But we don't control Mother Nature. We intend, though, to make it more resilient from that, and that is what our work is doing.
If SAIDI and safety are getting worse despite your investments, does that mean that Duke is making the wrong investments?
I don't believe so at all. I believe that's a subject of weather. And absent these investments, it would be even worse.
And DEC is asking for approval to undertake more spending on self-optimizing grid and distribution automation as part of the multi-year rate plan. Is that right?
Absolutely. That brings the most benefit of any of our programs to customers.
And DEC is making the same claims about reliability improvements for those future programs, right?
Absolutely.
And you're here to tell the commission that reliability will continue to get worse even with the planned multi-year rate projects.
Absolutely not.
How do you know that?
Because we've got the history of what these programs do. SOG specifically is one that's very easy to track, and we report on that. And making additional investments in that space will continue to improve and mitigate or dampen the effects of extreme weather. Whether the actual raw number of SAIDI safety for a particular event is worse or better than previously. Again, that's why you look at long-term trends, multi-year trends, not last year over this year. That's interesting information, but doesn't speak to the value of the investments that we made or that we plan to make in MYRP.
Do you have a projection for what you expect SAIDI and safety to be next year?
I do not have a projection on SAIDI safety. I can tell you that at the end of the 3-year MYRP period, from self-optimizing grid alone, based on our history and the actual savings that we see for customers, once we've completed the SOG work that's in the 3-year plan, we expect another 15 million customer minutes of interruption to be saved from making that work. So yes, we will save more minutes of interruption in fault events.
And how many points of SAIDI does that translate to?
I cannot tell you. There's a whole customer count piece, and the customer base will grow as we go through those 3 years.
So you weren't involved in the previous rate case, were you? You weren't a witness.
In which rate case?
In the previous DEC rate case.
I was not.
Do you know Mr. Oliver, Jay Oliver, who testified in that case?
I do know Jay Oliver.
And he presented testimony regarding self-optimizing grid and distribution automation. Does that sound right to you?
I would expect he did.
And he told the commission that DEC would achieve improvements in SAIDI and safety with investments in those projects, didn't he?
Objection, Commissioner Commissioner Duffley. If Mr. Tynan is going to question Mr. Guyton about prior testimony from Mr. Oliver, I would appreciate it if he could be provided with a copy of it. He's testified he wasn't a part of that case.
Two things. First, I would appreciate if the objections from the other side weren't speaking objections. There's no need to coach the witness on what to answer in response to the questions. And he stated he's familiar with the general intent of Mr. Oliver's testimony. He's already answered a question about that.
Do you have a copy of the testimony?
Yes, and I was just asking a general question about the overall intent of Mr. Oliver's testimony.
Okay, state your question. I'm going to overrule the objection. State your question again.
Subject to check, would you agree that Mr. Oliver discussed the intent of this self-optimizing grid and distribution automation programs was to improve reliability?
I don't have any detailed knowledge of Mr. Oliver's testimony whatsoever. I'm aware of general topics that may have been discussed because of what we have done under GIP, but I don't have any details of his testimony.
Mr. Guyton, one of the categories you have you discuss in the multi-year rate plan is hazard tree removal. Is that right?
That is correct.
I just had a few questions about that. On your exhibit 4 at page 12.
Is that a direct?
Your direct exhibit 4.
I'm there.
And so what this page shows, sorry, I skipped to page 12, but there's a list of a bunch of IBBC projects. Is that right?
What page is that on?
Page 12 of exhibit 4.
Yes, at the top. That's
and then
correct.
at the very bottom, the last 2 entries on this page are April 2024 DVM hazard tree removals and August 2024 DVM hazard tree removals. See those?
I do see those.
And then if we go to the next page, the list of projects continues with months and years of hazard tree removals. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
And that's because the hazard tree removals, Duke has allotted them by month and year as separate projects. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. That's how our vegetation management group identifies those and executes the work plan to remove them.
And there aren't specific trees that are already marked for removal at this point, are there?
There are some, yes.
And is Duke planning to leave those trees where they are until the multi-year rate plan is approved?
No.
Are there trees marked for removal as part of the multi-year rate plan?
For DEC, being that the rate year starts in just a few months, yes, there could be patrols and they're negotiating with customers to take those trees down.
Are there?
But that would be ones that are very early. These will continue on a monthly basis through the MRP periods.
Are there trees that are marked for removal in 2025?
I can't answer that. I would not expect that.
That wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make much sense, would it, to have trees that you're going to leave standing for years?
That was my point. I was going to say, we won't go look at it and mark a tree for something to be taken down in 2 years from now.
So in other words, the projects that Duke is using for hazard tree removal is just, that you're going to be doing some amount of hazard tree removal during those months. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and it's based on what we've seen historically as we patrol our lines and look for those, and that is built into the plan as an estimate. Every kind of project in MYRP is a forward-looking project based on estimates and estimated scopes. The hazard tree is no different than any of those projects. We have enough history and data on what we intend to find or will find as we do those patrols, and that informs our hazard tree projects like every other project.
But you can't point to any specific or identifiable trees that Duke is going to be removing as part of the multi-year rate plan, can you?
No, that's not part of what a forward-looking project would do as a project plan. You build that off of data, and then you actually assess what needs to be done from that perspective.
Well, that's what Duke did for some of the other projects, right? There's specific pieces of infrastructure that are going to be updated, changed, improved on, right?
Some are very specific from as far as a line segment, et cetera, but the actual engineering and analysis may identify different actual discrete pieces of work that would occur that all underneath that one scope. And that's no different than hazard tree. We understand the line miles that we have and what to look at and what we've seen historically. That builds an estimate and a scope that we put into our projects, and that's what's required.
So how much of the spending in the multi-year rate plan would you say is the kind of spending that you don't know exactly what it's going to be for?
We know what it's going to be for. Let me back up. The only thing different in MYRP and the projects we've submitted is the forward-looking rate-making mechanism that's associated with those. We have significant experience doing this exact type of work with estimating what it takes to do the work, what the scopes will be that we will find, what it takes to engineer it, what it takes to execute it, and the costs associated. And the only thing that's different about hazard tree here or any other project that's listed here is that we submitted as part of a forward-looking rate-making plan. The work is no different than what we've been doing for years. So significant experience.
But in other words, the multi-year rate plan that Duke has submitted includes things that you can't specifically identify what you're going to do. You just know you're going to do something. Is that fair to say?
We follow the rules and commission rules and what's required under the law to be able to submit projects that are discrete and identifiable. We have met that.
Right. And so you've proposed basically buckets of money that you intend to spend on hazard tree removal, for instance, right?
No, we have specific projects we set up in those months, and based on our history and where our vegetation plan will lead us and what substations we'll be doing that work on, that's what's built into that. It's not a bucket of money. It's expected scope based on our history and experience. And again, years of that. That's no different than hazard trees we're doing right now that are not part of MYRP.
Right. Hazard tree removal is an ongoing continuous task that DEC has done going back as far as memory.
It's routine, but we are doing those as projects as part of our substation optimization and substation in line projects that we submitted.
And the way that works is DEC goes out and basically when it sees a tree that's a problem, that tree is marked for removal. Is that right?
It's more than that, but that's a piece of it. we identify that we're going to do work on a substation and the associated circuits. So we know the circuits, the mileage, the segments, the vegetation history for those circuits, and that goes into informing the hazard tree project for that particular station. That's what informs it. And there will be a point where a specific tree will be identified to be taken down, but the scope of work is based on history and what we've seen.
And if you were to go to work on a substation and there weren't trees to take down, you wouldn't spend any money on hazard tree removal, right?
If we didn't find a hazard tree, we're not going to cut it down. But our history tells us that we will find the hazard trees. There's nothing that has changed in our space that would suggest that would happen. Now, there are circuits that, are less vegetated that we would not expect to find trees, but that's all built into the model because our vegetation crews have done maintenance on those circuits in the past. They understand what they're going to find, and that informs the projects.
So the hazard tree removal program in the multi-year rate plan is basically encapsulating tree removal that DEC's data expects will be likely needed to be done. Is that fair?
Repeat that?
Yeah, the hazard tree removal program that's part of the MYRP is basically encapsulating the projection of tree removal that will need to be done based on DEC's historical data.
It's an estimate based on the data, as I said earlier, like every other project that we've got. We have history doing this work. We know what it takes to do. We know what it costs, and we know what to expect when we get in the field, and that's what builds these projects.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Magarira? Did I say that properly?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Menashe Magarira appearing on behalf of NCJC et al., and Vote Solar. My cross-examination questions will be directed to Mr. Guyton. Mr. Guyton, do you have that NCJC exhibit notebook? Should be the big notebook with the tabs in them. I think Witness Morin had used it earlier.
I think a lot of notebooks got shuffled off the table, so I'm not sure I have it.
Chair Duffley, may I approach?
You may.
I have the notebook. Thank you.
All right, great. So as part of its distribution planning, DEC solicited stakeholder feedback, correct?
That is correct.
And stakeholder feedback, you'd agree, is an important factor, of course, not the only, in helping to ensure that DEC's proposed distribution investments provide ratepayer benefits and minimize costs.
That's correct.
Yeah. However, apart from the cost benefit analysis changes identified, and this is in your testimony here, it's page 48 of your direct testimony. I'll just wait till you get situated.
I'm there.
Yeah. So apart from the cost benefit analysis changes identified on page 48 of your direct testimony, this is specifically lines 4 through 16, DEC has not made any changes to its grid improvement plan in response to stakeholder feedback.
Those are the ones I'm specifically aware of. There may have been others, but I know those have been made.
Okay.
Based on stakeholder feedback, correct?
Yes. Okay. Let's move on. Let's talk about ISOP. You'd agree that one component of DEC's distribution stakeholder strategy is its ISOP stakeholder engagements?
That is correct.
And ISOP is a comprehensive planning process that informs DEC and DEP's distribution planning strategy across the Carolinas. And given your current role with Duke Energy, which you've been in since 2020, you're generally familiar with the ISOP stakeholder engagements?
Generally familiar, again, in distribution, really, this is part of the umbrella, but automated distribution planning and those advanced tool sets are my greater knowledge, but yes.
Okay. Since July 27th, 2021, Duke Energy's only held one ISOP stakeholder meeting.
I'm aware of one February 16th, 2023. I believe there was also a grid hosting capacity, which is under that ISOP umbrella, August 2nd of 2022. And then I don't know dates for these, but I believe during that entire time frame, there were stakeholder engagements on carbon plan, the climate study, and maybe some others. So specifically for ISOP, I think those are the two, but there were many others.
Okay. Lastly, on this topic, recognize obviously that DEC filed a errata testimony yesterday in the sub 1276A docket, but just want to make this clear for the record. And we're transitioning to your rebuttal testimony. You note on page 75 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 12 through 15, and this is a rebuttal testimony that was filed August 4th. And I'm paraphrasing here that NCJC et al. Witnesses Hill and Duncan make stakeholders suggestions without having participated in those sessions. Do you recall that testimony?
I do, and it's been removed.
Okay, just wanted to make that clear. So just for the record, that testimony, specifically those passages, have been removed. Obviously, witnesses Hill and Duncan have participated in stakeholder sessions based on DEC's review of their records.
Yeah, my understanding, I believe it was the February 16th, 2023 session that they attended.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the category of spending under Duke's grid modernization plans. So with respect to the distribution and YRP projects, DEC's proposed spending falls under four big categories. This is substation and line, retail and system projects, hazard tree removal, and integrated volt var control and voltage regulation and management, correct?
That is correct.
And those substation and line projects are further subdivided into 10 program areas, correct?
That is correct.
And those are self-optimizing grid, distribution automation, capacity, hardening and resiliency laterals, hardening and resiliency storm, hardening and resiliency public interference, long duration interruptions, targeted undergrounding, infrastructure integrity, and hazard tree removal.
That is correct. I wasn't counting if that was 10, but
Yeah.
all those are familiar. I will state that the targeted underground was removed due to supply chain constraints.
Okay. Now the company's proposed grid modernization programs and spending in the past, correct?
Say that one more time.
The company has proposed grid modernization programs and spending in the past.
Yes, I believe so.
Company's proposed two programs, specifically Power Forward and the Grid Improvement Plan.
I'm not familiar and wasn't involved with Power Forward, but grid improvement plan, yes.
Okay. Chair Mitchell, if I may, I'd like to request judicial notice with respect to two prior orders. The first is the order accepting stipulation, deciding contested issues, and requiring revenue reduction in docket E-7 sub 1146. This order was issued June 22nd, 2018, and this is with respect to Power Forward. And then the second order is the order accepting stipulations, granting partial rate increase, and requiring customer notice, I should say, excuse me, in docket number E7 sub 1214. Now was issued March 31st, 2021, and that's with respect to the grid improvement plan.
Okay, the commission will take judicial notice of those.
Okay, thanks. Let's move on. So let's talk a little bit more about these MYRP distribution projects. In identifying and proposing MYRP distribution projects for inclusion in DEC's application, DEC conducted cost-benefit analyses.
That is correct.
Right. So these cost-benefit analyses, they compare really basic, the net present value of benefits over a period of time with the net present value of costs.
That's correct.
And the primary benefits incorporated in that cost-benefit analysis are operational savings from cost avoidance and savings from reliability improvements.
Yes, and the savings for the reliability improvements are on the customer side based on the DOE ICE calculator estimates.
Okay, cool. So let's go to Exhibit 8 of your direct testimony, and I'll wait till you get there.
I'm there. Exhibit 8 of direct.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry, I was on rebuttal. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, I am there.
Would you agree that generally speaking, and I'm just going off the exhibits that are here, the residential class relative to the other classes appear to get less outage benefits from these distribution MYRP projects?
Yes, and the reason for that is the DOE ICE calculator looks at things such as loss of revenue to gauge the value or an impact, financial impact, or monetize the impact of an outage. And with residential customers, unless they can answer the surveys with specific production losses or revenue losses, they make an attempt to monetize that for residential customers. But you do see that in the data that the ability to monetize that like a commercial industrial customer really does not exist at this time. I don't know what they're doing with the update for the DOE ICE calculator, but I would think that would change somewhat, but I can't guarantee that from that perspective. But I would say specifically as an example for self-optimizing grid, by volume or number, the residential rate class is by far the largest number of customers that we serve. And the largest benefits of self-optimizing grid they see. However, the DOE ICE calculator doesn't have a way to objectively identify that value and monetize it.
And just one last question on this same sort of thread here. The, I guess, level of benefits that each residential customer class or each customer class gets, that's a separate question from what percentage of those benefits they would pay through their rates.
Yes, that's a rate making question.
Right. So as part of moving on here, as part of identifying and proposing distribution projects for inclusion in the MYRP proposal, DEC initially considered non-traditional solutions or non-wires alternatives, right?
That is correct. There were some evaluations for non-wire alternative storage, specifically batteries.
Yeah. Can I have you turn to tab 26 of your exhibit notebook that I gave you?
I am there.
Okay. So once you're there, can you turn to page 2 of that specific exhibit?
I'm there.
All right, great. So Mr. Guyton, this is DEC's response to item 712 from NCJC's 7th data request. Is that right?
Correct.
Chair Duffley, I'd ask that this exhibit be marked NCJC et al. Guyton Maley direct rebuttal cross exhibit 1.
It'll be so marked. And what was the potential exhibit number?
It's 26.
26.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I think you said you were there. Mr. Guyton, can you read request 712-4 out loud into the record? It's the request that starts with, did the company, you see where I'm directing you to?
Yeah, 7.12.4.
Yeah.
Did the company conduct any solicitations or requests for information to determine if NWAs or non-WAS alternatives were available to meet the grid capability gaps?
Great. And then can you also read out loud into the record 7.12.15 right under that?
Certainly. The answer or response is no.
So the request is so if you can back up a little bit, can you read the request? So it's for 7.12.15. I think you jumped to the response.
I'm sorry. You asked me to read the request for 7.12.4.
Yeah, and then 5 as well.
Oh, 5.
Yeah.
It says, if not, why not is the .12.5.
Right. And then can you read out the responses? So you already started doing that. Can you read out the responses to both of those requests, starting with response to 7.12.4?
So 7-12-4, the response is no. 7-12-5, the response is DEC's distribution capacity NTS or non-traditional solution screening effort has not yet identified any candidates for further review after technical and economic screening steps were performed.
Okay.
There is additional information about the number of screenings that we actually undertook. And for the 2022 to 2023 distribution planning cycle for DEP and DEC, we actually screened 11 different potential battery solutions. 6 of those were in DEC, 5 were in DEP. 10 of those, the non-traditional solution candidates that we reviewed, involved overloads that were too large to be supported by a battery solution. And the one DEC candidate that did pass the actual technical evaluation where a battery could actually support the overloads, the cost of the batteries evaluated was greater than the benefits, combined bulk, system, and project deferral values for deferring a capacity solution.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on here. Talk a little bit about environmental justice. So, and this is covered in your rebuttal testimony. Environmental justice is something that DEC takes seriously in its distribution planning.
Is that?
It's a question, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned your rebuttal testimony, and I'm referring here to page 71, lines 13 through 17, that DEC is already conducting a NWA or non-traditional solution pilot project.
Can you give me a line number?
Yeah, it's so page 71, lines 13 through 17.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Notwithstanding that, would you agree that there might be additional learnings that DEC could gain from having a pilot project that was specifically directed at an environmental justice community?
That's really a policy discussion on what the benefits of EJ may be. That may be true, but I couldn't comment on that.
Okay. Let's go to page 73 of your rebuttal testimony. So lines 13 through 14.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. You note that DEC works to minimize environmental impacts. You see that language?
I do.
However, as you note, and I think it's later on in that page, the environmental justice screening tools that DEC is considering are currently being investigated for future inclusion into GIP planning. Do you see that language?
I do, down lines 21 through 23 or that area. Okay. Yes.
Exactly right. Meaning those tools aren't currently incorporated in GIP planning.
No, they're not.
Okay. And for the sake of clarity, when you're referring to GIP planning, you're referring to grid modernization and distribution system planning more generally. Like it's not targeted just to the GIPs.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let's talk to close about distribution metrics. I think we talked a little bit about this in your discussion with Council Tynan for CUCA, but DEC relies on SAFE and SAIDI scores.
That's correct.
And these are both system-wide metrics for measuring reliability.
That's correct. Frequency and duration.
Okay. So DEC doesn't report to the commission SAIDI or SAFE at the zip code or census tract level.
No, they do not.
Recognize obviously that DEC, the public staff, and SIGFR have filed for approval a partial settlement that touches on this, but setting that aside, excuse me, would you agree that DEC doesn't currently report service reliability issues at a more local level than the system level?
That's correct. We report what's required by the commission.
So meaning the commission wouldn't know and other stakeholders wouldn't know about service reliability issues that might be experienced by a group of customers at the zip code or census tract level?
Not specifically by zip code or census tract, but we do have our data that's informed our grid plan of every protected device on every circuit and substation, North and South Carolina, both utilities. And we have the CI and CMI impacts from recent years and what that is. So we see that information down to the protected device that helps inform what programs to apply to a particular station or circuits as we go forward. But as far as reporting by the geographic boundary that you define, no.
Okay. So yeah, just to put a clear point in it, y'all have that visibility, but y'all do not report it. And as a result, the commission and the public would not have a sense of those specific issues.
We have it by protected device. We don't have it by zip code or census tract.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, actually, Mr. Quinn has asked for some cross-examination. Mr. Quinn.
Apologize. Thank you very much, Commission. I'm supposed to have a placard in front of me, which I absentmindedly lost, and I apologize. But my name is Matthew Quinn. I'm a lawyer for NC Warren, and Mr. Maley, most of my questions are going to be for you. And what I'd like to spend our time talking about is the Clinton 100 kV line and the Lee and Piedmont 100 kV line, which you discussed in your pre-filed direct testimony, okay?
Sure.
All right. Now, these two lines, they are part of the capacity and customer planning component of the multi-year rate plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And all of the various components of the multi-year rate plan were subject, were they not, to a cost benefit analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct. We did perform cost benefit analysis.
Okay. And the cost benefit analysis is, of course, an important part of DEC's consideration about what to put into the multi-year rate plan and what not to put into the multi-year rate plan, right?
It is one of the inputs we use. That's correct.
Okay. It's an important input, right?
It is.
You spent a lot of time in your testimony talking about the cost benefit analysis, which was conducted, true?
That is true.
Okay. And are you familiar, or do you recall off the top of your head about how the capacity and customer planning component of the multi-year rate plan performed on the cost benefit analysis which Duke conducted?
I'm familiar generally with the results of the cost benefit analysis. Yes.
If you could please, Mr. Malley, turn to Exhibit 3 of your direct testimony.
Okay, page.
First page, I think first page. Yes, page 145. Thank you.
Okay, I'm there.
So this page that we are looking at is kind of a global view, is it not, about the way the different parts of the multi-year rate plan for transmission, how they performed under the cost benefit analysis which you conducted. Is that right?
Yes, this does present the overall project level cost benefit analysis results,
Okay.
which, as I mentioned, are one of the inputs we consider when we built our plan.
And just for the context I'd like to use in our discussion, I mentioned that I want to talk to you about the Clinton and the Lee and Piedmont transmission lines. Those two lines are part of the capacity and customer planning part of the multi-year rate plan, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, going back to this page 1 of Exhibit 3, we see in the right-hand column, do we not, the benefit cost ratios, which that's basically the result of the cost benefit analysis, right?
That's correct.
All right. In my simple mind, that's the way.
That's it.
Okay. And the higher the number, the better that the program performed under the cost benefit analysis, right?
The more benefit compared to the cost. That is true.
Okay. And the lower the number, the more poorly which the program performed under the cost benefit analysis. True?
The lower the number, the less benefit for the associated cost.
All right. And if we look again in the right-hand column, the capacity and customer planning part of the multi-year rate plan performed, it had the lowest score of all the various different programs which were subject to the cost benefit analysis, right?
Yes, that is true.
As a matter of fact, it's less than half of the Breakers projects, true?
Yes, that is true.
It performs less. I'm sorry, I interrupted you and it was not my intent. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Okay. It also, the capacity and customer planning part of the cost benefit analysis was less than half of the substation H&R plan, was it not?
Correct.
Okay. It was almost 10 points less than the system intelligence plan, true?
Correct.
Okay. And just not to put too fine a point on it, it had the lowest score of all of them, true?
It did, yes.
Okay. Now, keeping that in mind, that this capacity and customer planning program had the lowest score, I'd like to now talk to you about costs. When I say cost, I mean dollars, not cost on the cost benefit analysis, okay?
Understand.
Okay, so if you could please turn to Exhibit 1.
Of direct?
True, thank you. Exhibit 1 of your direct testimony, it's a one-page exhibit, so.
Yeah, I'm there.
All right. So this Exhibit 1 looks at among other things, it looks at the projected in-service costs for the various programs under the multi-year rate plan, true?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you see those dollar figures listed under it's the third column from the left, projected in-service cost, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the capacity and customer planning component of the multi-year rate plan has a projected in-service cost of $516,292 to $292,549, right?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Obviously, I'm not a mathematician, by the way I read math, but that is correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the highest cost of any of these programs, true?
That is true.
The highest cost for any of these programs for the program that had the worst score under the cost benefit analysis, right?
Yeah, and I'd love to point you to the project description and scope column in this and speak to that. One of the factors with this project is that it does incorporate projects that are driven from NERC reliability standards, primarily TPL1 standards. So under our NERC reliability standards, we have an obligation to implement certain projects. All of those projects would fall into this category. So that does, in fact, in some cases, as you can see, as I'm sure you're well aware, some of our specific project locations do result in a cost benefit of less than one. And it is still prudent and actually our obligation to go ahead and implement those projects when that does occur, as we implement our NERC reliability standards. So just a little more discussion about the importance and uniqueness of some of the capacity and customer planning projects.
All right. And I wanted to ask you about that, actually. If you could turn, please, to page 33 of your direct testimony.
I'm there.
All right. I want to ask you about lines 1 through 4. Although to give you context, you might want to look at you don't have to, but you might want to look at the prior page about what the question that you were posed in this
Yes.
testimony. The question is, why is the capacity and customer planning present value ratio lower than other MYRP projects, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you gave an explanation which is somewhat similar to the explanation you just provided a moment ago, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, going back to page 33, lines 1 through 4, I'm just going to quote that and then ask you about it, okay? So what you said in your testimony is these MYRP projects involve transmission line rebuilds, which are traditionally complex, long duration, and resource intensive. For these reasons, they tend to be more expensive than the other MYRP projects. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, absolutely. And the Piedmont and Clinton lines that you gave an example of earlier are perfectly fitting for that description.
And that was going to be my question. So we can agree then that these renovations or rebuilds, I should say, sorry, these rebuilds of the Clinton line, the Lee Piedmont line, we can expect them to be complex, long duration, and resource intensive. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Which is why they scored, or one of the reasons perhaps why they scored so poorly on the cost benefit analysis, which DEC conducted.
Yeah, I wouldn't classify their score poor, but I would classify it as relatively less beneficial from a ratio standpoint compared to the other projects.
Yeah, the lowest score of all the other ones analyzed.
Correct. And still the overall project was greater than 1.
If you could go, please, to Exhibit 2 of your direct testimony. And it's going to be on page 2.
I'm there.
Exhibit 2 kind of has you had a better phrase for it in your direct testimony, but it's basically a line item statement of all the different transmission multi-year rate plan projects and what their projected costs would be.
Agreed.
Okay, very good. If you look at line 83, you will see the Clinton line that we're talking about. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, the Clinton line has a projected in-service cost of $90,248,797. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
It's possible I missed it, but I looked at this closely, and it appears to me that that is the highest projected in-service cost for any of the transmission projects mentioned on this 8-page exhibit. Is that correct?
Subject to check, it would definitely be one of the highest projects. Yes. Yes. It's nearly a 30-mile line rebuild.
Yeah. And if you look at line 93, same page, same exhibit, line 93 is the Lee and Piedmont line. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the projected in-service cost for the Lee and Piedmont line is $80,909,775. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, again, I did my best to look at this exhibit and look at it closely, but would you agree with me that that is the second highest after the Clinton line? The Lee and Piedmont line is the second most projected expensive transmission project reflected on this exhibit.
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. All right. That doesn't surprise you though, does it?
It does not.
Okay. It sounds right.
It does.
All right. And it sounds right based on the testimony that you gave, that we talked about a moment ago, that these rebuilds are complex, time-consuming, expensive. Based on those factors, you're not surprised by that.
Right.
Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Now, DEC is proposing these expensive line rebuilds, Clinton and Lee Piedmont, as part of its goal to connect solar projects to the transmission lines in the red zone. Is that right?
That is one of the benefits. There's really two primary benefits. So one is we are rebuilding the lines to add additional capacity. So larger size conductors, significantly increasing the capacity as we shared in some data requests with NC Warren. The other primary benefit is reliability improvements. So both the Clinton and the Piedmont line contain transmission towers and sections of conductor that are over 100 years old. So we've actually modeled from a cost benefit analysis standpoint a potential failure of these towers or conductor based on their health and age, which have a significant reliability impact on customers. So that's another significant driver, reliability and capacity.
But can we agree that one of the most significant drivers of cost for these line rebuilds is the increase in capacity resulting from the proposed solar build out in the red zone?
Can you restate the question?
It was a poorly stated question. I appreciate it. One of the significant drivers of the cost of these transmission line rebuilds is the red zone issue, right?
Well, the driver for the cost is the rebuild itself. The cost is not driven from the fact that it's a capacity or reliability or one or the other or a combination. When you rebuild a transmission line, we're building this to the latest code requirements, which are significantly different, of course, as you can imagine, than they were 100 years ago. Generally, we need to replace all of the structures on the line. We need to replace all of the conductor, the ground wire. So it is an expensive project. What we get with that is we can add a larger size conductor that is capable of supporting a much higher capacity or ampacity rating as part of that. So we get the reliability benefits from the new assets built to the current structural and electrical codes, able to withstand much higher wind speeds from a storm resistance perspective, and of course, able to carry additional capacity whether that be from solar, any generation resources, economic development projects, new customer projects across the board.
Now, let me see if I can ask a question like this. Sounds like there are two principal goals behind this line rebuild, and one of those two principal goals is an increase in capacity due to the solar issue in the red zone, right?
That is true, yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that Duke has published guidance to solar developers warning that building large projects in these red zone areas will require expensive transmission upgrades? Is that something you're aware of?
I am aware that we've made available a map of which transmission lines are constrained and which require upgrades, et cetera. Yes.
Okay. All right. And did you participate in responding to NC Warren's data requests on these subjects?
I did.
Okay. And just to give, I'm winding down here, just to give context to these last few questions I'm going to ask. You know, these projects, they're, as you've testified, they're complex, they're expensive, they take a long time. They're part of a program which had the lowest score on the cost benefit analysis. And the rebuild, at least one of the reasons for this rebuild is the red zone, okay, in the expansion of solar in the red zone. So in that context, I want to ask you this question. How many, and I'm getting this from your data response, how many megawatts of transmission solar are currently hooked up to the Clinton line?
The question is really not relevant. The way the transmission system works is power flows in various directions around the grid based on connecting generation resources to load centers. Whether there's any solar on any line or not, that may not dictate whether an uprate is warranted. You could think about this as kind of sort of upstream and downstream impact. So I talked about the age of these lines earlier. The age and reliability impacts are not unrelated to the lack of capacity. They're built with smaller wires. So there are choke points on the system. So solar, or the need to connect solar directly to the Clinton line, for example, is not a driver necessarily for why we need to uprate it. Connecting solar to other parts of the system that then must flow through the Clinton line in this example to get to load centers to deliver power from generation sources to customers. That's the driver. It's resolving the choke point in that flow path.
Mr. Melee, would you agree with me that there are currently no transmission level solar projects interconnected to the Clinton 100 kV line?
Subject to check, yes.
And would you also agree with me that there are currently no transmission level solar projects interconnected to either the Lee 100 kV line or the Piedmont 100 kV line?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Melee. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Creech, or any others? Okay, Mr. Creech.
Just have one question for Mr. Guyton. Mr. Guyton, and we talked with witness Williamson and your attorney, Mr. Jeffries, before this, and we talked about just getting in one cross exhibit. And so I'd ask you to turn to the public staff potential cross exhibits if you have it, number 94.
I do not have that notebook. And what was the reference again?
To 94. This is a portion of y'all's data response 260, which was entitled Guyton Rebuttal DR4. This is item 5, 260-5.
I am there.
Okay, are you familiar with that?
Mr. Creech, let's identify it for the record.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to identify this as Public Staff Guyton Maley Direct Rebuttal cross exhibit number 1, please.
And we're gonna rename the NCJC exhibit as well. This exhibit will be Public Staff Guyton Maley Direct Supplemental Rebuttal Cross-Examination Exhibit 1. And the NCJC exhibit for this panel will have the same naming convention.
Thank you. And Mr. Guyton, if you can, please, this is, it says on the first page there, it's a response to public staff data request number 260-5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then on the back, you see where it says request, and it has a question 5, sub questions A, B, and C, and then it has y'all's response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's all, Mr. Dahl.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you. A few questions. Mr. Guyton, let's start with you. Mr. Tynan, excuse me, for CUCA asked you a number of questions regarding SADI and SAFE results. You recall that?
I do. Excuse me.
Okay.
I do.
Would you agree with me that SADI and SAFE essentially report the results of system performance over some period of time?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Tynan specifically referred you to the results that were shown in your testimony, which I believe ended, they showed a multi-year trend line, but they ended in 2021.
That is correct.
Okay. And then he provided some information about apparently some more recent reports that have been filed, which may indicate that SADI and SAFE is slightly different and perhaps slightly worse than what was shown at the end of 2021. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And can you explain how and whether your systems are static and what influences may be involved in the movement of SADI and SAFE results over a period of time?
Yes, thank you. And that was my intent with my responses previously. The system is constantly changing. We are making improvements, upgrades. There's also impacts to the system where the system degrades. So that's the reason we continue to make investments. Weather is probably the most variable factor that we deal with. And that's one of the reasons that we do look at it over multiple years. The first attempt is to remove MEDs. However, we have storm days that have significant impact on our system that don't qualify for an MED, and those show up in the numbers every year. Appropriately so, but it just needs to be recognized those are in there. And that's probably the biggest factor is the inclement weather that doesn't qualify for an MED. That's the reason you look over multiple years.
All right. Would you agree that with Mr. Tynan's apparent conclusion that system reliability is worse after implementation of the SOG program?
Absolutely not. I believe that's cherry picking data to try and make a point, but the data, if you look at it properly and analyze it properly, does not show that.
Switching subjects slightly again, Mr. Tynan asked you about hazard tree removal. You recall those questions?
I do.
Is the company's hazard tree removal program contingent in any way on the MYRP proposals?
It is not. We are doing it now prior to MYRP, and we will continue.
I think that's all for you, Mr. Guyton. Mr. Malley, a couple of questions. NC Warren Attorney Quinn asked you some questions about the Clinton and Lee Piedmont line rebuild projects.
Yes.
You recall those?
I do.
Could you turn to your direct exhibit 4? You have that handy in front
I
of you?
do.
And that shows, Mr. Quinn took you through that and asked you some questions and demonstrated that the capacity and customer planning CBA results were lower than some of the other CBA results that are reflected on that page, correct?
Just to clarify, for the exhibit 3, which is the
I'm
CBA.
sorry, was it 3? I thought it was your exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 would be project summaries. That.
You're right. I'm sorry. My apologies. But you recall those line of questions?
I do. Yes.
Could you tell me what the significance is of a BC ratio of 13.3, which is what is identified on your Exhibit 3
Yes,
for capacity and customer planning.
absolutely. So what that means is for every dollar we spend, the customer receives $13.3 of benefit.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duffy.
Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock and we'll go off the record. Everyone had a nice lunch. Let's go back on the record, please. And we have come to commissioners' questions. Any commissioners' questions? Yes, Commissioner Claudefelter.
Mr. Malley, there are a lot of balls up in the air, not just in this rate case, but with everything else going on. And I have one question just to be sure I'm keeping one of them up there. Mr. Quinn was asking you about Exhibit 2 to your direct testimony, and my questions are going to go to that. I was looking at the exhibit and following along with your dialogue with him. As I read the exhibit, there are 3 projects identified on there that are what we've called for shorthand red zone projects. My recollection from the carbon plan proceedings last year is that there was a 4th red zone project in the DEC territory. Is that not on this list? And if it's on this list, just tell me where it is and I'll mark it. If it's not on this list, I'm curious as to why it's not on the list.
Thanks for the question. It is slightly confusing. Clinton is one. 2 projects, Lee and Piedmont, are actually bundled together.
So those are two projects.
Those are 2 separate lines. They start and end at the same point.
Okay.
So we had bundled them here, and then Newberry is.
And Newberry is the 4th one.
So
okay. So they're all accounted for.
Yes, sir. We have all.
That's
4.
all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kemmerite.
Good afternoon, Mr. Malley. I have a couple of questions about your testimony in response to Sierra Club witness Goggins' recommendations. And he made, witness Goggins made 3 recommendations, I think you'll recall. And 2 of the recommendations, he asked that the commission, first of all, require DEC to file within 1 year of issuance of order in this proceeding a proactive transmission plan. And then he also recommended that the commission require DEC to use a multi-value approach to planning transmission upgrades and projects. And then in your rebuttal testimony, I think it's pages 78 through 79, you provided testimony that you didn't think it was either appropriate or necessary for the commission to do that. And I think your reasons is that because it was more appropriately addressed through the carbon plan process or the NCTPC process. But can you elaborate or explain a little bit better about why the commission shouldn't also address or do what witness Goggin is asking us to do in this proceeding? Why it's not necessary or appropriate in this proceeding?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So yes, these types of issues brought up by witness Goggin, what I generically classify as transmission policy issues, we do feel that they fit more appropriately under either the FERC local transmission planning process or the carbon plan or the integrated resource plan process. What we look at the MYRP as is a prospective rate-making tool, a mechanism to allow our transmission work and work from other business units to be recovered through a unique rate-making approach. So as far as dictating policy-related issues, again, the company's interpretation is that that's not necessarily the intent of the multi-rate plan. Of course, the commission certainly interested in the thoughts and input there, but we really see the carbon plan as helping to shape policy issues around how we're transforming our grid to meet our clean energy future. And then the multi-rate plan is a vehicle to allow us to recover costs associated with that work.
Thank you. And then as a follow-up, you said in your rebuttal testimony that DEC is already pursuing the integration of the multi-value strategic transmission planning study in the NCTCP process. Can you tell the commission where DEC, give us a status, where DEC is in regard to pursuing that study and the process?
Sure. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of details, but what I will be able to give you an update on is we did include an Appendix L of our Carolinas Resource Plan that we filed on August 17th. We did include a detailed update on where we're at with that process. And I do have an excerpt there I can just state for the record here. But yes, I would direct the commission to review Appendix L. That title is Transmission System Planning and Grid Transformation. And specifically within that, we go into more detail on a timeline, what we're doing as far as changes as it relates to the NCTPC and the local transmission planning process. Much of that discussion is on page 12. There's actually a section, revisions to the local transmission planning process. And of course, the North Carolina Utility Commission encouraged us to look at this and collaborate on these improvements as part of one of the carbon plan orders. So not being intimately involved in that, that's about the level of detail that I can share offhand.
You said that was Appendix L?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, that's correct. Appendix L.
Okay, so I would request Appendix L to be filed as a late filed exhibit.
Yes, glad to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Chair Mitchell.
Mr. Bailey, just a few for you. Are you familiar with the white paper that PJM released back in February? They call it the 4R paper, but I think it's energy transition, resources, retirements, replacements, and risks.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just a short paper that PJM issued, sort of highlighting some concerns, really sort of medium to long-term concerns that the organization has related to supply, exit, and entry. And one of the issues discussed in that paper is what PJM terms the rate of completion of projects. And the point made, as I understand it, is that the interconnection queues have, certain levels of generation, in them, and as projects are studied and then handed or tendered interconnection agreements, a certain percentage of those will actually go on to construction and placement into service. And so PJM indicates that within the RTO up there, the historical rate of completion for renewables is 5%. And I'm just curious as to whether you all have a number, whether Duke, DEC, DEP, or the company, the sort of at a higher level is keeping track of that type of information.
Yeah, as far as a percentage, it's a great question. There may be someone that's keeping track of it. I'm not aware of that number. That's certainly very interesting. Anecdotally, I certainly would align my opinions to a similar, not necessarily from a numerical standpoint, but the amount of developers that do end up dropping out and resulting in restudy phases, it does continue to be a problematic in nature. But I'm not aware of a specific percentage that we either track associated with that.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful to my understanding. And I read witness Goggins' testimony. I mean, he made certain recommendations in that testimony about things that Duke could be doing with respect to some additional interconnection queue reform. And my takeaway from some of that testimony is that if interconnection costs were sort of taken out of the equation for interconnection customers, then perhaps that dropout rate, I mean, I think that's what he identifies it as, a dropout rate, might be ameliorated. And I'm just wondering, we don't have him in the case for me to ask these questions, but did you understand his testimony the same way? And can you give me your company's position on that?
Yeah, I think it is a valid point. And, I think our red zone projects are a great example of that, right? So we're proactively rebuilding these lines, adding capacity. Of course, the carbon plan order, when it was issued, acknowledged the need to pursue those projects. That should allow more developers to be able to connect projects, hopefully stay in the study. But the other biggest thing I'd say is the transition from a first come, first serve to the first ready, first serve, this cluster study approach. We are seeing the benefits of that. So although we do still have multiple phases of study with various commitments through those, we are, as I mentioned, we are seeing the benefits of those. I think it will benefit everyone. I think FERC Order 2023, which sort of formalizes really the process that Duke has already adopted with this first ready, first serve cluster study approach, is really going to be beneficial for us and the industry in general. So I think the queue reform processes that we have in place mandated from FERC that Duke are already doing our benefit.
When you say benefits, does that mean that we're seeing lower cost solar interconnected and customers, sort of those lower costs being passed on to customers?
From a cost perspective, I can't generically say that. I will certainly sharing the costs from a cluster approach, in theory, lowers the average cost for interconnection. Yes, when we don't have a single developer.
Is that assuming that you're able to interconnect more solar generation? I'm just trying to follow you there.
Yeah, that would be true. Yes, that would be true.
Okay. Okay. Anything else that you want to say about anything Goggins says?
Just that, again, the suggestions he makes are really already covered under other orders. So FERC Order 2023 is a good example of that. And again, our response to the carbon plan with the Carolinas resource filing, we've already acknowledged the multi-value strategic transmission planning. So nothing additional beyond that.
Okay. So do I understand your testimony to be then that the work that you all are doing, both with respect to the red zone and red zone 2.0, and then this move to perhaps consider multi-value projects, is consistent with what he's recommending, and you all are already undertaking that work in the transmission planning collaborative?
Yes, that is correct. And the other thing that I didn't mention that also is as part of that is the evaluating grid enhancing technology. So we're using advanced line conductors for our red zone projects. For example, we're evaluating switchable reactors. We're evaluating non-wires alternatives. So that was another piece of the argument. And again, we're already doing that. That is also a piece of the FERC order that I mentioned previously. So yes, I definitely would agree. We are already undertaking those activities.
Okay. The greenfield high voltage 500 kV lines, what's the average cost per mile of a greenfield high voltage 500 kV?
So we have started some initial evaluation, and I'm trying to kind of think of the numbers, but we're looking at approximately a 100-mile line. The cost of that is certainly going to be well above $100 million. So somewhere upwards of 1 billion is what I would, estimate. Highly dependent, of course, on do we already own the right of way? What type of structures are we using? What type of conductor are we using? So it's
how much is the cost dependent on whether the company owns the right of way?
Well, obviously you have land acquisition costs. You have substations that go in there as well. I think the owning the right of way is probably more of a function of reducing the time frame than the cost.
Got it.
I would
Okay.
say that's the bigger constraint.
Okay, thank you. To witness Goggins' point about these greenfield lines, can require 10, 15-year lead time to construction. I mean, how does the company handle that? How's the company managing?
Well, yeah, and our approach really to resolve constraints on the transmission system has not been to build new greenfield lines. We're really trying to avoid that. So
can you tell me why?
Yeah, because of the cost, because of
Okay.
the cost and the time frame. Of course, acquiring additional right of way is very difficult. It takes a long time from a real estate perspective, negotiating with each customer along that way. But yeah, really just the cost for the ratepayers. We want to keep the cost to the ratepayers as low as possible. When we can reconduct our existing lines, like some of the ones we're talking about here, it's a significantly lower cost than new greenfield. So we did evaluate under the carbon plan, building new lines, new interconnections with neighboring utilities, new greenfield projects. Really, any way you look at those, reconductoring existing lines is a cheaper option, and ultimately that saves our customers money.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Manley.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, I think this is a question for you, Mr. Guyton, but I see that in the supplemental testimony, there was a number of electric vehicle fleet projects and added, and just the whole description of the planning activities that are underway. Could you just give a little bit more color to what's going on with the planning, and then some excuse me, as a specific question, is the grid hosting map going to have electric vehicle attributes on it, or is it solely going to be for more traditional load DERs?
So subject to check on the grid hosting capacity map, let me answer that first, and then I'll take a little bit longer to answer and describe the fleet clusters. I'm not aware of that specifically. I would have to talk to the development managers on that. It is more of a, hosting capacity activity at this point. I'm not sure what that would look like in that space to be able to do that. But there may be a possibility, but I'm not aware of them looking at that specifically in the grid hosting capacity at this point.
Right. I appreciate that. There's nice maps for the actual clusters in your testimony. And then you mentioned the grid. I didn't know if there's anywhere in between where if it's not covered by a cluster map, someone that wants to put a charger or someone that's not in a fleet cluster, whether they know in advance that, they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I'll stand by the answer I gave a moment ago about, I'm not sure what that would look like, but let me describe what we were actually looking at here, and that may give a better linkage back to that. So the fleet clusters I described in supplemental, I think it's my exhibit 7, it's really a capacity issue that we're trying to solve, and we do that every day. But there's a couple, at least 2 unique things about what's causing this that are unique to the fleet cluster piece, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So with normal capacity, as I said, that's our day job to solve those problems. We got more cast to look at what I'll call organic growth that we see across the system, and then we'll scope solutions for those as we go forward. There's also what we call, and I don't think I've used this term in the tech conferences or previous case, we call them spot loads. And don't know if you've heard that. Those tend to be large loads, and traditionally they come through economic development. That team brings us big projects that may go to transmission or distribution or both, as well as our large account management group, where you got an existing customer that may want to expand and build another plant. Maybe they want to add another line to an existing plant. And we hear about those, and our planning engineers, not only do they have the morecast for that area, they will then insert those spot loads that we've got some certainty about that are coming in, and then they'll plan an overall solution for that area. So that's what we've done historically. What's unique about the fleet clusters is the speed at which they can bring that kind of load in. It's similar size, very large megawatt, multiple megawatts of load, but the speed at which they can add those. And then they have this very unique characteristic in my mind of being clustered, and hence the name for it. They're hyper local in how they are located as far as fleet operators in those zones. And that's what those pictures really are meant to tell the story of, is where those gather. And if you combine those two factors, that's why these need to be addressed in advance. To wait for the traditional letter of intent that we're going to add to a facility or whatever that may be, we will be behind, because they can bring tens of megawatts to an area, as you saw in those examples, very quickly. And when I say very quickly, it's really, well, let me back up and say this. So let me go a little further on the speed piece. The normal spot loads that I described that would come through economic development or large account management, I tend to think of those as greenfield. And what I mean by that is they've got some significant timelines to be able to do their infrastructure, to build the new plant, to expand the plant to accommodate more production equipment. And they're talking to Duke Energy well in advance of that to look at what that would take. And so we've got that greenfield timeline that very nicely matches Duke's traditional timelines, both in transmission and distribution. But the fleet EVs, those are all brownfield sites. Every one of those you see in those pictures exists today. They operate a multi-vehicle fleet, tens of vehicles, if not more. And so it's more of a matter of months as opposed to years that they could bring megawatts of load to that existing site. And it's a matter of purchasing and taking delivery of the electric vehicles, buying the charging equipment, hiring electricians to do that, and pull local permits. And as fast as they can do that, they've got megawatts of load sitting on that site that we need to be able to serve. So that's the real challenge there. And then back to the clustering effect, you'll notice in those pictures, I mean, the people that operate those types of fleets, or the companies that do, they're looking for access to interstate, rail, intermodal, air, and seaports. And so they tend to all operate in that same area, and maybe local zoning ordinances push them there too, but they're really looking for the access to that type of infrastructure. So that's the unique thing about these, is just the speed at which they can do that from that perspective. And then Jay Oliver's team now leads this group. They've got the analytics I describe in supplemental exhibit 7 of how they determine what that may be. And then they bring those loads to planning, and we develop those solutions. And one last thing I'll add to this is the reason we need to get in front of this is if we take it by the traditional method, So in one of those clusters, maybe there's an Amazon and a UPS and a FedEx. Let's say Amazon goes first. They'll bring us those traditional loads through the large account management, et cetera. We'll develop a solution and rebuild some infrastructure or design a solution for that. And about the time we get done, UPS comes in and says, yeah, we're going to electrify now as well. We've got another 10 megawatts coming. There's potential. We come right back and rebuild that infrastructure or something similar right on top of it. And so our approach here is to be more evergreen in the fact that let's identify what the potential is in this area for some number of years, build that appropriate infrastructure. We've got some intelligence from some of these fleet operators about what they intend to do, and build it one time and then serve that load and be the most efficient. So I don't know if that helps from explaining what those are.
It does. I mean, is this the tip of the iceberg with these clusters, or is this, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of the magnitude of what we're going to be looking forward to adapt to this other transition that we're going to have.
So two things I'd say about that. They are not unique to DEC North Carolina. If you've got, again, infrastructure access to road rails, those exist in South Carolina and also DEP territories and other states as well from that. So they're not unique to that. I will say, though, that if you noticed, of all the DEC North Carolina territory, we only identified 6 of those. They're hyper local, and you can see where they're going to be when that happens. So this is not every circuit, every substation is going to be hosting fleets of electrification. So that's I guess the mitigating factor. Yes, there's more coming, but they are hyper local, and you see where they are. And they don't pop, once we address the brownfield, they don't pop up overnight. They'll come through the more traditional greenfield where we've got a longer runway. They're going to build a facility and we'll operate a fleet, and we'll go through the normal process from that.
Thanks.
So I appreciate you discussing, Mr. Millet, the cluster study approach, and that you're already seeing benefits from that approach. As you know, I've told many people around the country that North Carolina, the company, and all of the stakeholders are a leader in interconnection, queue reform, and it's good to hear that the hard work is paying off. So you also mentioned Order 2023. And you mentioned GETS. And so Order 2023, as well as certain interveners, I can think of AGO Burgess, talked about GETS and the potential benefits of GETS. And you just briefly mentioned it, but can you go into more detail exactly what the company is doing to try to pull all of the benefit that North Carolina can from GETS?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So GETS, or grid enhancing technologies. So they're really typically considered alternative solutions to traditional transmission infrastructure. GETS are something that we have been evaluating for some time in one form or another. When we have a transmission problem, so that could be a projected overload, projected voltage deviation, retirement of generation, we evaluate what is the best solution. New greenfield transmission, upgrading transmission line, upgrading transformers. And so for some time, we've been evaluating, what is the best option for long-term reliability of the transmission system and cost efficiency. So some of the examples of things we've done in the past, static VAR compensators. When we've seen some of the generation retirements, we've seen a need to install these static VAR compensators, which can eject or absorb reactive load from the grid. So it's in place of a traditional spinning reserve generator. Switchable reactors is something we've used in the past, and we will evaluate going forward as well. And these can help kind of control the flow of current throughout the system. So instead of having an overload on this part of the grid, we can divert some of the amperage to a different part of the grid. So when we do our planning studies and we look ahead, typically a 2-year, a 5-year, a 10-year horizon, and we overload or we overlay a load projection with that, these are where we see these problems that are going to occur. And to resolve those problems, this is when we're evaluating the use of GETS. So I think some of the intervener testimony about requiring formal studies for GETS, our response to that has been, although it may not have been formally published, we're certainly formally evaluating within our own processes the best solution. I think the industry has seen a push to have more transparency around that, to make sure utilities are pursuing lowest cost alternatives. to ensure we are not pursuing very expensive or long duration transmission line rebuilds if they're not required. And at the end of the day, we stand by the investments in our multi-year rate plan as prudent and appropriate. But we do support the analysis and any additional transparency regarding our evaluation of these solutions that the FERC order, any other orders, require us to do. The last thing I'll mention on GETS is also FERC order 881. This is ambient adjusted temperature ratings. This will benefit the industry in general. This is ensuring that utilities are essentially getting the most capacity out of their transmission grid by having temperature bands, ratings that correspond to ambient temperature bands. So instead of a transmission line being rated the same all year in colder weather, it can support more load. In warmer weather, it can support less load. So again, that helps defer a potentially expensive rebuild or upgrade and sort of maximize the existing capacity of the grid. So hopefully that was helpful.
That was helpful. Thank you. And so we have some clarifying questions as well. Mr. Guyton, I'm going to refer you to Exhibit 2, page 5 of your direct testimony. And while you're getting to it, it's basically talking about, the headline is without proper mitigation, DERs increase the strain on the grid. And you mentioned that includes increased electrification. And so my question is, the reliability investments that we're looking at, did they address this additional load growth that is going to be seen with electrification?
So, excuse me, the short answer is yes. And one of the reasons, you may remember this from the technical conference, when I talked about the traditional impact of an outage historically, it was simply, loss of revenue or loss of commerce for a commercial industrial customer and an inconvenience of some sorts for residential. In the future, and if they had a home-based business, there's impact there as well. In the future, it's not only that traditional method, but when we have an outage or an impact to reliability, we are disconnecting generation from the grid, rooftop solar, et cetera. And then if you were talking about vehicle charging from an electrification standpoint, that also impacts now an impact on transportation that we have never had historically from the electric grid. I mean, you may have a gas station out, but there's other gas stations you go down the street, get gas. But with charging, especially home-based, will tend to be overnight. And so again, us being more reliable, even on our tap lines, as well as the main circuits, will become important. So reliability is key in that space. But as far as actually supporting, so that's the reliability argument or discussion, but the capacity itself, our Morecast data that the planners use every year, there's a refresh as we enter every planning cycle. That's actually looking at the organic growth of electrification, including light, medium, and heavy duty vehicles, but it can identify the clusters. And that's the unique part of what I described with Commissioner Hughes. But does that answer the question?
It does. And moving on to microgrids, I'd like to just get a sense about how much communication you had with the microgrid type team and how do your teams work together? How often is that communication? And then how do you work with that team to determine investment in either microgrids or traditional investment?
So we do work closely with the storage team, and part of this answer or question might be good for the storage team as well.
I will ask them as well. I have it planned.
But from the planning perspective, I'll share our view of it, and then they can certainly add to it and provide probably more context. But there's really two areas where we're looking at batteries. One is capacity. That's been our initial look at batteries. When we have a capacity investment we need to make, can a battery take the place of that? First, technically, can it actually serve that overload? Is the battery large enough to do that? And is there enough capacity in the system today that if we use that battery to shave the peak, can it recharge back to full state overnight so that it's ready to repeat that cycle 24 hours later? That's typically where the batteries fall out. They may be able to support it for one day and shave the peak, but there's not enough capacity built into the system today to recharge it back to full charge where it can repeat that cycle the next day. So that's not a reliable solution for us. So that's the technical part. If it passes those, and I described this earlier with some questions from the interveners, is if it passes that technical piece, then there's the financial evaluation. Is the battery the right thing to be able to do there? So that's how we work with them on capacity, and it has to offset the deferred cost of that investment plus any bulk benefits we get as well. Specifically for microgrids, that's really a reliability piece. And we've done that in this previous planning cycle. We did it, I guess, in this spring, and looked at where we have long duration interruptions as one of those categories of investments that we have. Is with those, does it make sense to put a battery at the end of the line to serve that local community or whatever we're trying to serve in that space? We have not seen, well, this would be a better question for the storage team because that's relatively new in that space, but that's a new place we're looking to see if storage can help us solve solutions with a non-traditional alternative.
Okay, thank you for that. And then could you talk a little bit about this Project Management Center of Excellence framework? And how does that framework help with the conversation that you and I just had with respect to distribution projects versus microgrid storage projects? Like, are they ranked together? Are they ranked separately?
So I would say the PMCOE governance processes that we abide by are not unique to batteries, whether they be capacity or microgrids. That is all projects that we execute on. So this is really making sure that we have governance around how we identify scope, how we estimate it, how we engineer it, how we report on it and execute it. So there's as much transparency as policy and be able to, as possible, and then be able to mitigate any issues that we see come up. But that's not unique and it's not new for MYRP. That's how we do all of our projects. So where I would say that would come into play for specifically the battery types of projects would be once we've had a project go through that screening and evaluation process and actually passes and says this is a valid project, then that would really start to enter as we truly develop that project, estimate it, scope it, take it through the build gate with estimates, et cetera, and then actually go to construction. And those gates are set up so that any one time, while it was a valid project when you started, if there's a go, no go at every one of those gates to say, does this still make sense? Are the risks, the benefits, the cost, everything still appropriate before we move forward with that? So that's what that life cycle framework is for. And that's not unique to distribution.
And that makes sense. Then, Mr. Melee, could you, well, I'll set it. The Monroe 100 kV line rebuild, AGO Witness Burgess had some concerns about the cost benefit ratio. And I just wanted you to speak to the tensions between the NERC standards and the cost benefits analyses when you're making these selections.
Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to speak to that. So yes, the Monroe 100 kV rebuild is a project where the cost benefit ratio was less than 1. As I was speaking to earlier, cost benefit analysis is one of the things that informs our inputs into which projects we pursue. In this case, we did have a violation of our NERC TPL1 standard from an overload perspective, looking at that forward-looking load projection on this line. TPL1 or NERC standards in general do allow multiple different ways to meet the standard, right? So we do still score projects from a cost benefit standpoint as an input along with our SME evaluation, right? Our subject matter experts and our transmission planning engineers when we look at solutions. So for example, when we have a projected overload of on a 100 kV circuit, one possible solution is when we get to those conditions where we would, just about to have the overload, we would actually have a drop load, right? We would disconnect customers from the grid and cause them to be outaged. There are multiple different operating type solutions. These are called operating guides. That is one possible solution for a overload situation. We employ that at times when we think there's a low probability of needing that. When we do our evaluation and it shows that, hey, there's a sustained or longer term need or a higher probability that we would actually have these conditions meeting those requirements, we're going to then recommend going ahead and proactively rebuilding that line, adding the capacity. In this case, a capacity project or a rebuild reconductor project was the best solution when we evaluated it. But because we have options on how we can resolve that compliance issue, that's why we do in fact score it from a cost benefit analysis standpoint. So again, just to kind of to summarize here, the Monroe project specifically, we do feel that it's in the best interest of customers for their long-term reliability to proceed with the project, to avoid the need to actually disconnect those customers from the grid in the event that we have an overload condition in the future.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. This is from staff, and I have a feeling that it could be confidential, so so don't answer any confidential, and it could be very dependent on different factors. But what is the cost of operating a 44 kV structure to a 100 kV structure?
So I don't have the specific cost for that. We of course have included some costs associated with rebuilding 44 kV lines. What I will say about this is we have analyzed in the past the best way to resolve reliability issues on our 44 kV system. So our 44 kV system is built on wood poles. It looks very much like a distribution system. They're short poles. We have a significant amount of our outage minutes, customer minutes interrupted, emanate from our 44 kV system. It's low to the ground. It's subject to tree impact, vegetation impacts, animal outages, public interference events, cars hitting poles. These are similar things to distribution type outages. Years ago, we analyzed what's the best way to harden this system, right? Build in some longer term resiliency. And what we evaluated was actually rebuilding that system to a 100 kV standard. What that gets us is a significantly taller transmission structure, a larger phase spacing. It's more resistance to impacts from weather, lightning impacts, because it's got a higher insulation level. And again, physically taller, spaced out, less likely to be impacted by trees. So it's definitely beneficial, and it's demonstrated quantitatively from each of the cost benefit analysis we performed to rebuild that 44 kV system at the 100 kV level. Now, we don't actually energize at that level, but of course, the secondary benefit is if there is future capacity needs, all we have to do is modify the substations. Either end of the transmission line, we can upgrade the components there, and we already have the capacity with that larger conductor that's capable of being energized at 100 kV and actually carrying the cost. So although I can't specifically answer the structure question, we have demonstrated through our quantitative cost benefit analysis that the customer is getting benefit from this work.
Okay, well, I want to give staff what they need. So is there like a per mile amount?
So let me go to my some of my projects here. Okay, I'm just glancing through some of the 44 kV rebuild projects and looking at the various costs and seeing if I have associated mileage with some of that. And it does not look like I have that broken down by mile. That's certainly something we could provide as a follow-up, a typical or average cost per mile or cost per structure associated with a 44 kV rebuild project. But beyond pointing to my project exhibits, I'm looking at the supplemental exhibit 2. That's the cost by project, of course, not by mile or structure, but I unfortunately don't have detail beyond that.
Okay, that is fine. And so if we want it, we'll ask for it later.
Very good.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
Any other questions, Commissioner questions? Okay, questions on commissioner questions? Ms. Kress?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. I believe just one. So, Mr. Malley, you were having some discussion with more than one commissioner about the concept of multi-value strategic transmission planning. And I'm just curious if a customer wanted to propose a demand response solution as an alternative to new transmission expansion, would they be able to make that proposal in the NCTPC process by way of the Transmission Advisory Group or TAG group?
Yes, my understanding is that type of project proposed by a customer would fall under that process. Offhand, I'm thinking perhaps the economic development process. If it's a project to directly benefit that customer. Do you have an example of I forget the term you used for the type of project?
So my question was with respect to demand response proposals, demand response programs and proposals. And it sounds like the answer is yes. The NCTPC and or the TAG group would be a vehicle through which a customer could make such a proposal.
Can you clarify demand response? I'm not sure I'm understanding that terminology.
So the question is for you, and if your testimony is that you don't understand the demand response terminology, that's fine. Just indicate that that's your
Yes,
response.
yeah, I'm not sure the specifics that you'd be referring to with a demand response technology proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. McBear?
Just a couple questions for Witness Guyton. Commissioner Hughes had some questions regarding whether the company's grid hosting capacity analysis would include EVs. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And just to clarify, is it your testimony that DEC has the ability to conduct such an analysis, but you're not sure if it's currently being considered as part of the stakeholder process? Just wanted to clarify.
So to clarify, what I was answering or was attempting to answer is the fleet cluster identification. Would that be something that we can do? We can identify the brownfield clusters that exist that are there, how that impacts or interfaces with the grid hosting capacity maps. That I don't know. We can identify fleet clusters as I have done in supplemental exhibit 7.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. I think Chair Duffley had some questions regarding Exhibit 2 from your direct testimony, specifically the strain that DERs will place on the grid without proper mitigation. You recall that?
Correct.
And during that exchange, you mentioned that DEC is reviewing whether a NTS, so non-traditional solution, might reduce some capacity constraints on the system. Is that right?
We do look at those as capacity as a potential use of a non-ROS alternative.
So you'd agree that in addition, DERs can also help reduce the strain on the grid?
Potentially if properly sized, placed, and the other grid conditions, but that has to be analyzed.
Okay, no further questions.
DEC?
No question.
Okay, I will thank you both, gentlemen, for your testimony today. You're both excused.
Thank you.
Motions? Mr. Creech?
Public staff would move Public Staff Guyton Maley direct supplemental rebuttal cross exhibit number 1 into the record, please.
That motion will be allowed.
Thank you.
Chair Duffley, NCJC et al. And Vote Solar would like to move NCJC et al. Guyton Maley direct supplemental rebuttal cross exhibit 1 to the record.
Without objection, that is
Commissioner Duffley, DEC would move Guyton Direct Exhibits 1 through 10, Guyton Supplemental Exhibits 1 through 8, and Guyton Rebuttal Exhibits 1 through 9 into evidence.
without objection, that motion is allowed.
And we would also move Mr. Malley's Direct Exhibits 1 through 4, his Supplemental Exhibits 1 through 4, his second Supplemental Exhibits 1 through 2, and his rebuttal exhibits 1 through 5 into evidence.
And without objection, that motion is allowed. So is witness Newland the next witness?
Yes, Commissioner Duffley, the DEC would call Carl Newman to the stand. And Commissioner Duffley, Mr. Newland is here on direct this go round and we'll come back for rebuttal.
Okay, thank you for that information. Mr. Newland, can you place your left hand on the Bible? Or would you rather be affirmed?
No, swear.
Okay. Okay, do you solemnly swear to, that the testimony that you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Newland, can you just state your name and business address for the record?
Carl W. Newland, 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy Corporation. I'm the Senior Vice President for Corporate Development, and I'm the Treasurer.
Mr. Newland, on January 19th, 2023, did you cause to be pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 19 pages in this document?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
Mr. Newland, if I asked you the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Commissioner Duffley, at this time, DEC would ask that Mr. Newland's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The direct testimony of Carl Newland filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 19 pages, is copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Mr. Newland, did you prepare a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And Commissioner Duffley, again, the summary was filed with the commission in accordance with the commission's instructions. And I would ask that it also be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
So the summary is entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And Commissioner Duffley, with that, Mr. Newland is available for questions from interveners and the commission on his direct testimony.
Thank you. Ms. Kress?
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. SIG 3 will hold its questions until Mr. Newland's rebuttal. Thank you.
Mr. Tynan?
Matt Tynan for CUCA. Good afternoon, Mr. Newland.
Good afternoon.
I have just a few questions for you. In your testimony, you stated that as of December 31st, 2021, DEC's capital structure was 46.9% long-term debt and 53.1% equity. Is that right?
Subject to check, yes.
And do you know what it is today?
I don't know precisely what it is today, but we try to manage to the allowed capital structure, which is 52-48 right now at DEC.
And is DEC required to maintain the capital structure authorized by the commission?
I don't think it's necessarily required to do so, but we always endeavor to follow the guidance of the commission and manage the business in line with the allowed capital structure that's been permitted. It'll vary over time, quarter to quarter, just based on fund flows, large expenditures, payroll, debt maturities, et cetera. But we always try to, we endeavor to keep it to the allowed capital structure that's been ordered.
And so if the commission were to order DEC to adopt a 52-48% split, in this case, DEC would do that?
Yes, we would endeavor to do that.
And that's actually what was ordered in the last DEC rate case, right?
That's correct.
And that was the result of a settlement that DEC entered into, is that right?
I believe that was a settlement, that one.
And DEC currently has favorable credit ratings. Is that fair to say?
Oh, we're stable. We're not on
outlook for an upgrade. We have stable outlook from the rating agencies.
Is that a good outlook in your opinion?
Oh, it's stable. I mean, it's as an issuer, you know, it enables you to access the market, and you know, we're currently seen as stable within that rating. I think, you know, as you look at the materials from Moody's and S&P, the two that rate us, you know, they do talk about some credit challenges on the horizon, but currently we're stable and able to access the market.
And DEC is able to do that at the current ratio of 52 to 48%, correct?
That's correct.
Does DEC expect to incur a significant amount of debt to implement all the MYRP projects if those are approved in this case?
We would need to, yes. I mean, there's, you know, pretty substantial capital expenditure plan for the company over the next 5 years. I think it's, you know, close to, you know, $17 billion plus $2 billion of maturities of debt. So $19 billion over the next 3 years or over 5 years. Will be a cash flow negative company. And so in order to fund those capital expenditures, we'll need to issue a sizable amount of debt in order to facilitate that construction.
And what do you expect the effect of taking on all that debt will do to the debt to equity ratio?
I mean, if left unchecked, it would, you know, tilt the debt to equity ratio heavier towards the debt side of the equation. So again, we try to manage the capital structure so it doesn't get off sides. And so the other levers we can pull are trying to control the dividends that go up to the parent holding company, retain the earnings, and when needed, require injections from the parent holding company to keep the debt to cap or the debt to equity ratio, as you referenced, in line.
Right. DEC can manage the ratio by either withholding money from the parent company or asking for money. Is that?
It can, you know, within the complex of Duke Energy utility companies, the parent holding company, we do have obligations to pay out dividends to common stockholders as well as to pay interest on that debt. And the only way to achieve funds flow to do that from the holding companies to have dividends up from the operating companies. So there's a little bit of a Tetris where you try to align payments coming up from the various utility companies in order to fund the obligations of the holding company.
If the commission were to authorize a 47-53 split in this case, would DEC maintain that split 24/7 for the entirety of the MYRP?
The 53% equity? Correct. So we went from 50 to 53?
Correct.
Would we maintain it 24 hours a day? So
correct.
We wouldn't be able to do that 24/7. I mean, as I try to explain, there's, you know, in business cycles and maturities and large capital expenditures, there's going to be times where that capital structure fluctuates a little bit from month to month and from quarter to quarter. But we definitely endeavor to maintain the capital structure that the commission deems appropriate.
And since DEC expects to be taking on a bunch of debt to undertake the MYRP projects, would you expect the ratio to fluctuate down from the 53% and then maybe back up towards it?
It would fluctuate around that figure, you know, repeatedly. We would call upon equity injections from the parent holding company when needed, when the ratio became too levered. And then when we're in periods of when we have excess funds, we would dividend those up to the holding company.
If DEC doesn't maintain the 53% equity ratio, meaning it goes down to say 52% because it's taking on debt, the effect of that would be that the revenues DEC are collecting wouldn't reflect the actual capital structure of the company. Is that fair to say?
We would collect upon the structural permitted return within the commission's order.
Right. So DEC would basically be allowed to recover more than its finances would suggest.
Yeah, the only thing that would occur though, if we were to do that, if you were to kind of take that to the extreme and really lever up the company to do that, like the rating agencies would see it, the market would see it, the debt spreads would reflect that. So that kind of gamesmanship, I think, would ultimately not benefit the company longer term.
But would dropping down to 52% be gamesmanship?
Well, like I said, it'll fluctuate over time. You know, I think in my testimony, like I talk about how going from 52 to 53%, It's better for the overall credit quality. It provides a little more cushion, and we're constantly under kind of pressure to try to improve the credit metrics and the credit profile of the company. So it wouldn't be gamesmanship, but it's gonna fluctuate. If it's a 53 or 52, it's going to fluctuate a little bit.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
No questions from NCJC at all.
Okay, thank you. Public staff?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Newland, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mr.
It's good to see you again. Many of the things I wanted to talk about with you are in your rebuttal. So I thought maybe we could just put some basic exhibits into evidence. And then if you'd like to discuss them, I want you to, but I thought maybe rebuttal where we could address all your testimony would be a better place. So if I can start. So what I'm saying is please don't cut yourself short. Feel free to tell me anything you would like for me to know.
All right.
And last rate case, E-7 sub 1214, that's the 2021 order, 52% common equity, 48% long-term debt. That's your recollection of that order.
Yes.
And when we push, because we only have debt and equity, when we push one down, the other has to go up, right?
To maintain 100%, that's correct.
Okay. I'd like to put into evidence the current Moody's and current S&P reports, some of which I think were attached to your testimony, but I was going to put them all in to make it clear. And why isn't Duke rated by Fitch?
We made a decision, a corporate decision several years ago to drop the Fitch service. You know, a rating agency can always go ahead and rate a company on its own. They can do so without, receiving payment for doing so. They decided not to do that. Fitch used to rate the entire complex, the utilities as well as the holding company. I think we dismissed the ratings of the opcos, and they still rated the holdco for a while, and then we dropped that. I mean, the quick answer to that is we just didn't feel the third rating agency added a lot of additional benefit to what was already in the public domain from the other two.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think that you said the Moody's rating agency sort of looked from the bottom up and S&P from the top down.
They do. S&P has more of a family ratings methodology, so it takes what's at the holding company and then it kind of filters down, whereas Moody's looks at each individual issuer on a discrete basis.
Somewhere on that table is a public staff volume 1 through 40 of exhibits, or maybe someone moved it off. May I approach, Commissioner?
You may.
Mr. Newland, if you would turn to what has been marked as proposed Exhibit 7. Commissioner, I would propose to mark the potential cross Exhibit 7 as follows. Public staff, Newland direct, cross Exhibit 1. And Exhibit 7 is the Moody's for Duke Corporation.
Okay, it will be so marked.
And then I'll just mark the others while we're here, Mr. Newland. Potential Exhibit 8, which is the Moody's for the for Duke Carolinas. I propose to mark as potential Exhibit 8. I propose to mark as public staff Newland direct cross Exhibit 2. Potential Exhibit 9 is the S&P, which I would propose to mark as public staff Newland direct cross Exhibit 3. Potential Exhibit 10, which is the S&P for the company, I would propose to mark as public staff Newland direct cross Exhibit 4. And finally, potential Exhibit 35, which are the explanation of some of the metrics I would propose to mark as Public Staff Newland Direct Cross Exhibit 5.
All of those exhibits will be marked as such.
Thank you. Mr. Newland, I expect you're familiar with all 5 of these documents pretty well.
I am familiar with them.
And they're documents that you rely on and use and review.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just in 3 words what they are generally?
Probably
Not
need
for-
more than 3 words.
Take as long as you need. I didn't mean that, but just generally what they are.
Yes, these are credit ratings reports from S&P and Moody's, the 2 major agencies that rate Duke Energy and our complex of utilities. And so some of these selected reports deal with just the holding company. So Duke Energy Corp, the one that has a publicly traded stock in the marketplace. And it talks about the opportunities and the risks, and really credit rating agencies opine on what's going to matter for a debt investor. And a debt investor is interested in return of the principal for the loan they make, number 1. And number 2, to make sure they get timely payment of the interest on those loans. And so those kind of comments will be reflected in the Moody's and S&P reports. And these are for the holding company, as well as highlighted for Duke Energy Carolinas, the company question in the hearing this week. And then the last one is a Moody's compendium talking about really some of their ratings methodology and how they go about assigning the ratings to the various issuers.
Thank you. Now, if you would look at potential Exhibit 27, which I would propose to mark as Public Staff Newland Direct Cross Exhibit 6.
It will be so marked.
Sorry, Mr. Newland. That's the S&P article. I think you actually referenced it in your testimony about the outlook turning stable.
Correct.
I think that's something we could talk about more in rebuttal, but if you'd like to discuss it now, I'm glad to.
We can talk about this now, just, this document, but both the agencies also put out pieces on the overall industry. So Moody's does this, S&P does this. So not just about the individual issuers, but they put out kind of thought pieces on the industry, and they will typically give the outlook negative, stable, or positive.
All right. I would like to move to a slightly different topic. You would agree with me that Duke Energy Carolinas is a wholly owned subsidiary of Duke Energy Corporation.
Yes, I would.
Duke Energy Corporation is that parent company. It's publicly traded. It's a Fortune 150 company, large, good company.
Yes.
I think it's paid dividends for 97 years in a row.
I believe that's right.
We're going to have the century mark here at the next rate case. And those dividends, I think they just announced an increase. 2 cents.
Traditionally, we have grown the dividend over the past 10 years and most recently grown at about 2% a year. Not sure how recent that was, but yes.
Thank you. If you would turn with me to Public Staff Potential Exhibit 30, which I would propose to mark as Public Staff Newland Direct Cross Exhibit 7.
It will be so marked.
This is the capital structure for the parent company. And I think the target is 41% equity and 59% debt.
Yeah, I don't know about the target. I think that's just a trailing. That's what it actually was at the 10K filing. So you're in 22. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not regulated.
Totally understand. That's what it was in 2022. Okay. If you would look with me at Potential Exhibit 31, which I would propose to mark as Public Staff Newland Direct Cross Exhibit 8.
It is so marked.
And I think that you talk about this in your rebuttal testimony, but this is the impact of the 1-notch downgrading credit.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. I would, I would add, I mean, this is my answer, but it's a pretty simplistic look at the 5 to 10 basis point increase for a 1-notch downgrade. In in practical terms, when that occurs, you're gonna have a couple of things happen. You're gonna have, when that occurs, you're gonna have the existing bonds in the marketplace begin to yield more, so the price will go down. And so you'll have portfolio managers that typically don't like to have a negative mark to market at their year-end report to their investors. And so I think what a lot of people don't realize is when we issue debt to the marketplace, we go back to the same investors every year. Large institutional investors, Wellington and PIMCO and Fidelity, you go back to them year after year. And if you issue the securities and there's a negative mark on those because you got downgraded, especially if it wasn't expected, and there's a loss, when they come back the next year, they're going to look for a little bit more. They're going to look for something that's often called a new issue concession or a NIC. And the NIC premium can be 5 basis points on kind of a regular basis. It can be a lot more if you just downgraded or got downgraded from the bonds that they own already. And so 5 to 10 is the answer that's provided here. I know there's been some math run off of that, but in a practical sense, if this happened and we came back to the marketplace, we'd probably incur closer to 10 to 20 just because of those factors I just highlighted.
And those would last over the length of the debt too, not just a few years.
Well, yeah, and all the debt reprices eventually. So, 17-year weighted average maturity over 17 years, you're going to have all that debt repriced at that higher level. That's correct.
If you would turn with me to potential exhibit 43, which is in the other notebook, that is your rebuttal testimony from South Carolina, right there, which I would propose to mark as public staff Newland Direct cross exhibit 9.
It will be so marked.
And if you would just, thing I want to highlight here is page 21 of the exhibit. This is in a different company and in a different state. I recognize that. And are you on page 21? I didn't mean to rush you.
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit 43?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
This is where the company states that it's going to not go with the 10-4 recommended by Dr. Morin, but the 10-2 in order to, quote, mitigate any further rate impacts. And I think that we discussed in the last rate case that the company was not going to, the Progress was not going to do the same thing in North Carolina. Has there been any discussion that you're aware of about lowering the ROE here?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Is the company going to do it that you know?
Are they going to ask for a lower ROE?
Correct.
No.
Okay. If we could turn to public staff potential exhibit 4, which I would propose to mark as public staff Newland Direct cross exhibit 10.
It will be so marked.
Back on the first book?
Back to the first book. And I'm about done, so not too much more flipping. Would you agree with me that all else being constant, the impact of the change going from 52 to 53 is about $19 million of, is a payment of about $19 million a year from ratepayers to the company?
For that 1% increase based on the rate base or that you're applying here, the equity component, yes, it seems to be about $19 million per year.
So over 3 years, 57 million.
Right.
Okay, if I can have one moment. Thank you, Mr. Newland. I don't have any more questions.
Redirect.
Just a few, Commissioner Duffley. Mr. Newland, why don't you just stay on that page that Mr. Freeman was on? And in his potential exhibit 4, which is now a cross exhibit 10. And I'm on page 3 of 4.
Okay.
Which is the response to the data request that the public staff made. Do you see that?
I did.
And right at the bottom of that response, right after all of the figures are given concerning however many millions of dollars it is per year. The response goes on to say, however, this is simply math. Do you see that?
I do.
Would you just read into the record the rest of the response?
Yes. Many other follow-on impacts could result from the commission not accepting the company's 53% equity, 47% debt capital structure proposal. As demonstrated with respect to DEP and witness Newland's live testimony during the DEP proceedings. Those follow-on impacts would be similar in the case of DEC.
What does the data request response refer to there in terms of your live testimony in DEP?
Yeah, so it talks about, the various kind of follow-on impacts. If it seems to be a very slight move from 52 to 53%. And, as pointed out, there's an additional requirement for customers to pay that. But, what it does is it helps lower the risk premium. It helps maintain the credit ratings of the company, and it helps keep debt rates low. It also helps the company. We talk about like having a cushion or insurance, the kind of the concept of being able to, weather a storm. And so the higher component of the capital structure being an equity. When there's a number of exogenous events and things that occur throughout time, that helps us weather those. And so even though you can see, I think in my response here talking about it's just math, the math that comes from customers to the company, over time it helps preserve that credit quality and have a company with a good credit profile and the ability to fund at a low cost of overall capital.
Mr. Newland, in one of those books, and Commissioner Duffley, if I can approach, I'll find it.
You may.
Is the DEP order?
Yes. I have it. I have the DEP.
Got it.
I have.
And for purposes of anybody following along electronically, this is DEC potential cross exhibit 6, I believe.
Thank you.
And again, I'm not going to introduce it into evidence. The commission obviously can take judicial notice of it. Turn, if you would, Mr. Newland, to page 176 of that order. And this is the section of the order in which the commission is discussing the cap structure request by DEP, correct?
Correct.
And there again, the request from DEP was 5347, and many of the interveners came in at 5248 or lower, correct?
That's correct.
And the commission ultimately authorized 5347, correct?
That's correct.
Would you read for us, Mr. Newland, the paragraph towards the bottom of the page that begins the seemingly slight difference?
Yes. The seemingly slight difference between DEP's 5347 proposal, the public staff's 5248 proposal masks consequential impacts. Those impacts persuade the commission that 5347 is the optimal structure that appropriately balances affordability and DEP's access to capital in reasonable terms. With DEP's credit metrics as stressed as they are, further downward pressure in the form of a reduced equity layer and increased debt is decidedly not in the best interests of either DEP or its customers.
And does the same apply to DEC?
Yes, I would say so.
Nothing further, Commissioner Duffley.
Commissioner, questions? Okay. Chair Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newland. Just a few quick ones for you. Your testimony references $2 billion worth of debt that will come due, I think, during the multi-year period. You specifically, you said it today in live testimony, and it appears on page 17 at line 20 of your testimony. Does the breakdown of that number or the exact number appear anywhere else in the record?
It should. It would be in our, when we do the weighted average cost of debt, I believe it lists the maturities of those debt tranches, and so it would be in that exhibit.
Okay. In the interest of time, I just ask council to identify that exhibit and let us know, just so we can keep moving with the witness.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Newland, earlier today, there was a document admitted into evidence. It was a data request response from the company to, I believe, the public staff regarding common equity issuances. And the response indicated that there are no common equity issuances forecasted from 23 to 27. I recognize you didn't prepare that response and you weren't in the room when it was being discussed, but does that sound familiar?
Yes. Yeah, the company's public comments have been no common equity issuance through 27.
Can you help me understand why that is?
The company believes that it has the ability to fund its operations through retained earnings without the need for external equity until you get to the end of 27. As you look at the longer term plan, then to maintain the credit ratios of the holding company, the parent company, the need for equity to fund the CapEx would be required. Plans can change over time. But that's currently the posture of the company, and it's been reiterated in several public comments.
Okay. Do the company's plans with respect to the common equity issuances impact DEC's ability or plans for accessing sources of funds? I mean, in your testimony, let me be specific with my question. In your testimony on page 17 at lines 20 through 23, you indicate the company will use internal cash flow or internal sort of retained earnings, I guess, and debt and equity funding as necessary. So that equity funding is necessary. What is that?
It comes from the holding company, and the holding company would need to fund that based upon, the sources that it deems the most appropriate. So the most recent over the past few years has been debt.
Okay.
But it could be equity if needed.
Okay. You indicated in your live testimony today that that DEC is cash flow negative. Can you just explain what that means?
Sure. So, I mean, it's not unusual, by the way, for a utility company, especially in growth mode, to be cash flow negative. So, what that means is essentially the uses of cash. So you think about capital expenditures that are used, as well as dividends that are expended, plus all the other typical things that are done around payroll and paying for interest expense, et cetera. Those exceed the sources of funds coming in from the company in terms of a cash flow basis. So like a cash flow from operations, we talk a lot about FFO to debt. If you look at the cash flow statement, kind of cash flow from operations before working capital adjustments, that typically is your source of cash flow.
Okay. Does the fact that we're moving to this assuming the commission were to approve the company's request for a multi-year rate plan, does the fact that we're moving to this new mechanism where the company is going to receive in that year one, you're going to be receiving revenues associated with planned capital investments sort of during each of the 3 years of the rate plan. Does that change the company's cash flow position?
It does not. What it does is it helps with planning and certainty. So it gives a lot more visibility as to what the future cash flow can be, just given that rate structure.
But it's not just a big influx of cash that you can use for whatever you want?
Well, we'll be able to plan for it. I think the capital expenditures will still exceed the funds coming in, the receipt of funds, because we're in a growth mode to meet the requirements of HB 951. So it helps on that aspect, but I don't think it'll change the overall cash. It'll affect the timing of it.
Okay. And isn't it the case that the company is going to be investing in those CapEx projects that you have now settled upon with the public staff, assuming this commission gives the company approval to do so?
Correct.
And that's what you'll be using that cash for?
Yes.
Okay. You testify some in your pre-file testimony about the weighted average cost of long-term debt, and the company's been able to bring that down some as you've refinanced. Well, I'm sorry. During the past couple of years of the low interest rate environment, the company's been able to bring that down. do I understand your pre-file testimony correctly?
Well, that's a correct statement. I mean, as interest rates have trended down over the past, 10 to 15 years, as you issue new debt in the marketplace, it comes typically at a lower rate than the debt you issued the year prior. So it's a real tailwind, especially on the short-term funding side. And now, I mean, we all know interest rates have turned around, and so we're facing a headwind now. And I think you're starting to see the weighted average cost of debt go up. And where we really see it is on the short end of the curve. So you think about a interest rate, maturity curve, 30 years, 20 years, 10 years, and then kind of overnight at the very shortest end. The overnight rate has gone up from, I mean, it's an incredible percentage, the amount that it's gone up, like something like 1,800%. So overnight funding rates, used to be like 25 to 30 basis points, so 0.30%. And today it's at about 5.40%. It's just an incredible change that puts a lot of stress on the holding company as well as the operating companies to fund that. Conversely, the 10-year treasury has kind of doubled during the same time frame. Mortgages have doubled during the same time frame. That short-term funding rate, is up, almost 18 times.
So do you anticipate then that you all, because of the interest rate environment that we're in right now, and that, is forecasted to be the case? I mean, we had Morin on the stand, Dr. Morin on the stand earlier, giving us his opinions about the interest rate environment. Are you going to lose that reduction in the weighted average cost that you've been able to achieve in the past few years? Are you going to lose that?
Yes. I mean, as
Or
the
go
debt
ahead.
portfolio reprices, definitely. I think you're seeing the weighted average cost of debt go up.
Okay.
Yes.
What does that mean for customers?
Eventually that would flow through to customers and be higher rates.
Okay. And your testimony on page 18, lines 4 through 17, indicates that you'll take on debt to fund the multi-year rate plan projects. I think each year of projects is, you indicated maybe a single issuance is what the company foresees at this point in time. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So do I understand that correctly to mean that debt's going to be the primary source of funds, at least for these multi-year rate plan projects?
That's correct.
Okay. And how is the company funding other work that it's having to do outside of multi-year rate plan projects?
We use retained earnings within the business, the cash flow that's generated, as well as supplemental debt offerings to pay for that. To the extent we need equity funds to keep that capital structure balanced and can't do it with the retained earnings, we would bring down a dividend from the holding company.
How does the company generate cash internally? Like, explain that to me.
Well, we receive, the payments from customers. And so that minus the expenses is really our cash flow that's generated at the company.
So
there's a number of, I guess one distinction I would make is if you look at the income statement, there's a number of non-cash expenses on the income statement, and the big one's depreciation. So you think about net income plus depreciation, kind of putting those together is just a lot of times a rough proxy for the cash flow that a company will enjoy.
So just sort of thinking about it fairly simplistically, then you've got your revenues in, you've got your expenses that you've got to manage to generate cash internally. If the company needs to generate more cash internally, revenues held equal, or revenues suffer for one reason or another, is the company going to have to cut expenses?
It can cut expenses. It can also fund externally to bring in the capital to balance out that source's uses.
So fund externally, you mean, how do you do that?
A debt issuance
More debt.
or bringing in a equity issuance, in this case, from the holding company.
And how close is DEC to that ratio that the CFO or the cash flow to debt ratio?
Yes, so the FFO to debt ratio, Moody's had us traditionally at the 20% ratio, below which they would look to do a downgrade. They raised that earlier this year to 21%, so a higher bar to clear. And we have been in 2022, we were below that because of the amount of fuel that we had to purchase and warehouse on our balance sheet. I think the actual metric was 16.8%, which is well below 21%. If you adjust it for fuel, because you all are aware there's a fuel recovery mechanism that occurs over 12 to 18 months within North Carolina. The recovery of that fuel, if you adjust for that, which Moody's does in their report, and they noted, that gets to 21.3%. So even with the adjustment, we're kind of right at that
right there.
cut line currently.
You're right there. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Nealon.
Any other questions? Okay, questions on commissioner questions?
The public staff has no questions.
Thank you. No questions?
No questions.
No questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Newland. You can step down for now. And do we have any motions? Yes, public staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. The public staff would move into evidence documents it had marked as public staff, Newland, direct, cross exhibits 1 through 10. 1 through 10.
That motion is allowed. And no exhibits?
No exhibits
Correct?
on,
Okay, thank
on
you.
the direct.
Thank you. Well, we've come to our afternoon break. Let's go off the record and we will return 3:40. And before we get started with the next, I think it's the panel, let's take up some motions to excuse witnesses, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. We have 3 additional witnesses that we would like to move to excuse. The three witnesses are John Paniza, Kevin Murray, and Mike Quinto. For all 3 witnesses, we have polled the parties and no parties have indicated objection to their excusal.
Okay, so the commission will grant the motion to excuse the panel of witnesses, DEC Murray and Quinto. With respect to witness Paniza, we'll excuse his testimony from his direct case, but we'd ask that that witness be available for rebuttal, and we'll ask all of our questions during that time.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Commissioner Duffley, Witness Murray was going to appear on rebuttal on his own. Is he also excused?
That is also excused for his inclusive of direct and rebuttal.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for that clarification.
Good afternoon. In with NC Ward.
Pardon me, Commissioner.
I apologize.
Sorry, I had one more procedural motion that was indicated to me to make on the record.
Oh, he was making a motion to excuse witnesses as well?
Sorry, I thought you were.
You're fine.
Oh, go ahead. I thought you were going into direct.
No, not.
Into cross.
NC Ward sponsored witnesses William Powers and Rayo Conadina, and no party has indicated cross, and therefore we would move the commission to excuse their attendance.
Okay, that motion is allowed. Mr. Mertz.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Apologies, Mr. Quinn. The Attorney General has just filed a motion to excuse its remaining witnesses Bala Kumar and Burgess. We had previously polled those folks who had reserved cross-examination, and they had indicated that they had waived cross. The indication today is that from SIGFUR is that they also intend to, or excuse me, will waive cross as to AGO witness Burgess, and would also waive cross as to AGO witness Bala Kumar, so long as the commission does not have any questions for that witness.
Okay, well, and that motion is granted.
Thank you.
And DEC, you may call your next witness or panel.
Yes, this is Josh Combs, for the record, with the law firm of Troutman Pepper. At this time, we would call to the stand the battery energy storage panel, Laurel Meeks and Evan Shear.
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Meeks, could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Laurel Meeks, and I am at 525 South Tryon Street.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as a Director of Renewable Business Development.
And Mr. Shear, could you please state your name and business address for the record?
Evan William Shear, and my address is 525 South Tryon Street in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy Carolinas as a Principal Integrated Planning Coordinator.
Ms. Meeks, on August 4th, 2023, did the Battery Energy Storage Panel pre-file or cause to be pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 16 pages and 5 exhibits labeled Battery Energy Storage Panel Exhibits 1 through 5?
Yes,
Were these exhibits prepared under your supervision and direction?
yes,
Are these direct exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
they are.
Does the panel have any corrections to the pre-filed direct testimony or direct exhibits?
No, we do not.
If I were to ask the panel the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed direct testimony today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Commissioner Duffley, at this time, the company would ask that the battery energy storage panel's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the panel's direct exhibits be marked as pre-filed.
The direct testimony of witnesses Meeks and Shear that were filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 16 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 5 exhibits will be marked for identification as pre-filed.
And Ms. Meeks, on May 19th, 2023, did the panel pre-file or cause to be pre-filed supplemental testimony consisting of 10 pages and 2 exhibits labeled Battery Energy Storage Panel Supplemental Exhibits 1 through 2?
Yes,
And were those supplemental exhibits prepared under your supervision and direction?
they were.
Are these supplemental exhibits true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Does the panel have any corrections to the pre-filed supplemental testimony or supplemental exhibits?
We do not.
If I were to ask the panel the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed supplemental testimony today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Commissioner Duffley, at this time, the company would ask that the battery energy storage panel's pre-filed supplemental testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the panel's supplemental exhibits be marked as pre-filed.
The first supplemental testimony of witnesses Meeks and Shear filed on May 19th, 2023, consisting of 10 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The 2 exhibits will be marked for identification as pre-filed.
And Ms. Meeks, on August 4th, 2023, did the panel pre-file or cause to be pre-filed rebuttal testimony consisting of 16 pages?
Yes.
And does the panel have any corrections to this pre-filed rebuttal testimony?
We do not.
If I were to ask the panel the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Commissioner Duffley, at this time, the company would ask that the battery energy storage panel's pre-filed rebuttal testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and there were no exhibits to that testimony.
The rebuttal testimony of DEC witnesses Meeks and Shear filed on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 16 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
At this time, I would ask that the battery energy storage panels, they prepared summaries prior to today, that they be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
The summaries will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Commissioner Duffley, the battery energy storage panel is now available for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Commissioner, questions? Okay, so we have some questions from the staff that we want some clarification on. So the first question relates to if you'll go to your rebuttal testimony, and they're all related to your rebuttal testimony, page 14, lines 6 through 14. And if you could speak, once you get there, if you could speak a little bit more about what are the bulk power system benefits of the proposed microgrid projects? If you could just flesh that out a little bit more for us.
Yes, the bulk system benefits are estimated by ISOP, and they're proxy values for our resource plans and then avoided cost proceedings. So we have values for capacity, energy arbitrage, and ancillary services. The energy and ancillary services are what's tied to our resource plans.
Okay, thank you. And then moving on. Witness Thomas, in his direct testimony, if you want to refer to that, page 25, lines 14 through 17, stated a concern regarding the higher cost of microgrids versus standalone transmission connected batteries to the tune of 75% greater. And so the commission just wants to know what DEC's thought process is surrounding microgrid investments over these standalone battery projects. Like, why was that choice made, and why is that a prudent decision?
Yes, the microgrids and the bulk batteries comprise a foundational portfolio of energy storage investments that are representative of the suite of technologies that the utility will deploy on benefit for the benefit of customers in the future. When we look at bulk batteries versus microgrids, it's an apples to orange comparison. They're providing two different grid services. The microgrids have value that is disseminated across the distribution and production system. They have increased value that offset the potential higher dollar per kWh cost in comparison to a bulk or transmission connected battery that may have a lower dollar per kWh cost, but that is intended to only serve the production system.
Okay, and as a follow-up to that, you mentioned the increased value. Can you spell that out just a bit more?
Yes, certainly. So the microgrid projects are strategically sited to be able to solve a grid need that was previously unable to be solved with the technology options that we had in the past. The microgrids, in the event of a grid outage, will island from the grid, form a microgrid, and increase reliability and resiliency for those local customers in areas where that reliability need was in fact the case. And when those projects are not needed for increased local reliability and resiliency, we can dispatch them to the benefit of the bulk system, performing those services that Witness Shearer elaborated on, which could include capacity, energy arbitrage or time shifting, and potentially ancillary services as well.
Okay.
Would add just one thing. The bulk system benefits are also beneficial to the battery itself because the battery really wants exercise. It doesn't really want to be just sitting there waiting for a reliability event to occur. So it's helpful to, let it stretch its legs and be offering systems supporting the bulk system on a day-to-day basis and still be available in the event, say there's storms rolling through, you'd hold that battery in reserve to address the primary reliability function.
Thank you. And were you here for Mr. Guyton's testimony? Okay, so I'm going to ask you the same question and hear your response of how are you working with his team and how are you considering and choosing these projects?
Yes. First, I will state that we agree with Witness Guyton's statement. And second, I'll elaborate on the selection process for reliability batteries, which are commensurate with the microgrids that we have within our application here. Microgrids are selected via a rigorous down selection process. And distribution planning and energy storage development and engineering work hand in hand with one another in that rigorous down selection process. The microgrids were identified by our engineers as the best technology for the grid need. It's a tool in the toolkit that we previously did not have access to. And during the due diligence process, as we progress along the development phase for these microgrid projects, we have regular touch points with Witness Guyton's team, making sure that we're collaborating with our peers in distribution planning and that these microgrids still make sense for our customers.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question is regarding Thomas's direct testimony, and it's regarding the storage and the amount of storage at the Allen site. And so could you just talk a little bit as to, as you know, there'll be a need for at least 1 gigawatt of capacity at that site in the future. And why did you limit it to just 50 megawatts of storage? Why was more storage not planned for that site?
Absolutely. The suggestion from public staff is welcomed and appreciated. In regards to the Allen project that's currently in our multi-year rate plan, it was selected and sized to take advantage of the existing infrastructure at that site. So we sized that Allen battery based on available land and transmission hosting capacity. Furthermore, there's a benefit to the customer of siting at a retiring coal facility. We'll be able to derive a higher ITC value to offset the cost to customers by siting there. But Duke Energy does remain open to considering other battery storage at the Allen plant, subject to due diligence on land, available infrastructure, and making sure that that is of the best value for customers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions from the commissioners? Okay, questions on commission questions? Mr. Mertz?
If I may, I'd like to follow up on
You may.
last question, or second to last question. I was wondering if, you spoke with Commissioner Duffley about the increased value with the microgrids versus the alternative projects that Witness Thomas proposes. How do you quantify that increased value? Is there an actual ratio that DEC uses in its evaluation process, or is it strictly a qualitative difference, meaning that it's a different type of technology and that's what you're relying on?
So what's most important is that we are addressing the grid need in the most cost-effective way. We drive cost effectiveness throughout the development process with these batteries. So we're looking for unique reliability challenges where you have remote communities with small groups of customers that don't have traditional feasible solutions to serve them. In the course of our due diligence, we do note the most close to a realistic alternative and quantify that for purposes of a benefit cost ratio. But that's not determinative of does a project make sense or not. We also continue to drive cost effectiveness when we size and site the batteries. So they're sized to address 90% of the outages on those circuits, making sure that you can be there for the grid need. And then we also drive cost effectiveness throughout the execution and operation of these projects as we're getting lessons learned from other microgrid projects that we operate.
Yes, and so I'll build on that, just to build on the lessons learned that we're deriving from projects and microgrids like Hot Springs. We've been able to better understand how we study these types of assets and how they will potentially affect the grid. And we've also been able to better learn and understand what types of equipment are necessary for these islanding microgrid projects so that we're better able to back into our schedule and deliver the project on time to the benefit of customers, which ultimately saves cost.
I think just one last thing, a helpful analogy for the microgrids is that they're a Swiss Army knife. Whereas you might have a large bulk system battery that's just a knife. It's not going to be useful if you need to open a can. You'll cut your hand. One of these traditional solutions might be only a can opener. So you're not going to be able to use it if you need to cut something with a knife. So that's really the great benefit that a microgrid provides, is that Swiss Army knife type solution.
And along those lines, it sounds like that's more of a qualitative difference between what Witness Thomas is proposing as an alternative than necessarily that DEC did a cost effectiveness study between the two proposals. Is that the case?
We evaluated options to try and serve these customers. They're in remote parts of our distribution network. So we evaluated, could you build a line through neighboring utilities service territory? There's a lot of execution and cost effectiveness questions that would arise from a solution like that. And typically, it's not something that we would do to serve our customers, these small groups of customers in really remote areas.
So location really mattered here.
Absolutely. These are unique reliability challenges that have unique solutions.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Combs?
Yes, just a few questions. You were just asked a few questions about the Jeff Thomas's direct testimony and the alternatives that were presented there. Does the panel have any other, comments on how those alternatives interacted with the microgrid projects in this case, and whether they offered the solutions that were trying to be solved?
Well, through our down selection process, our rigorous down selection process, we did take a look at potential alternative solutions. And we, in conjunction with distribution planning, deemed that those alternative solutions were infeasible. In certain cases, they were not apples to apples solutions with the microgrids. Microgrids serve as an alternative source at the tail end of some of these remote feeders. And so they're able to offer that unique reliability solution. And they also provide bulk system services, those production benefits that the alternative, the alternative solutions would not have provided.
And there was a question about how we coordinated with our distribution peers. That coordination happened with these projects that are in the multi-year rate plan. And then Witness Guyton also spoke to coordination that we're doing with his team. Looking forward in our long duration interruption programs, are there opportunities where a battery, microgrid battery might make more sense than the traditional alternative? Or if you're looking to develop a long duration interruption project, they need to know if there's already a battery planned for that location. So that type of dialogue is something that we've been doing and are going to continue to do.
And I'm glad you brought that back up. I've got one more question, Mr. Combs. So the frequency is on an as needed basis, I assume, your communication with that team, or do you have specific times that you meet with that team?
They're regular touch bases and ad hoc touch bases as we deem, necessary for the course of business.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to jump in, Mr. Combs.
Absolutely. I have just one last question. Ms. Meeks, you spoke about how microgrid deployment has allowed the company to better understand how to study and operate microgrids with the ones that have been deployed so far. Could you, either you or Mr. Scheer, just explain how the evaluation of costs and benefits and the value of these projects has changed since the company has deployed its first few microgrids?
I know two examples I would give are in, say, the Hot Springs microgrid case, we evaluated the bulk system benefits it can provide using MISO values. Those were the only values that we had on hand to try and replicate or show what value they provide to the system. From the ISOP team, now we have proxy values that tie to our Duke Energy resource plans. So I think that's incredibly valuable now compared to where we were. Also, in the case of Hot Springs, we had learned through the interconnection process that there would be export limits there. We take any expected export limits or known export limits into account from the start when evaluating projects today that are in the multi-year rate plan and going forward as well. And then, we have learnings obviously from operation and execution that you had mentioned as well. Absolutely.
I have no further questions.
And were there any questions on my additional question? Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
And at this time, I would ask that the battery energy storage panels direct testimony exhibits 1 through 5 be admitted into the record, and that the battery energy storage panel supplemental exhibits 1 through 2 be entered into the record.
That motion is allowed. Mr. Durant, are you next?
I think so.
Okay, please call your next witness.
At this time, DEC calls to the witness stand John Spanos on direct and rebuttal. If you'll give us a minute to get resituated, we'll be ready to roll.
Yes.
Commissioner Duffley, members of the commission, Brandon Marzo with the law firm of Troutman Pepper. I will be directing Mr. Spanos.
Okay, wonderful. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Mr. Spanos, can you please state your name, business address for the record?
John J. Spanos, 207 Senate Avenue, Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, 17011.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by Gannett Fleming Valuation Array Consultants LLC, and I'm the president.
Now, Mr. Spanos, on January 19th of 2023, did you cause to be pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 20 pages and one exhibit marked as Spanos Exhibit 1 and an appendix marked as Spanos Appendix A?
Yes, I did.
Was this direct testimony exhibit and appendix prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes, it was.
Are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony, exhibit, or appendix?
No, I do not.
Mr. Spanos, if I were to ask you the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Spanos, on July 18th, 2023, did you cause to be pre-filed supplemental testimony consisting of 4 pages and one exhibit marked as Spanos Supplemental Exhibit 1?
Yes, I did.
Was this supplemental testimony exhibit prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes, it was.
Is the exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed supplemental testimony or exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Spanos, if I were to ask you the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed supplemental testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. And on August 4th, 2023, did you cause pre-filed in this docket rebuttal testimony consisting of 46 pages and one exhibit marked as Spanos Rebuttal Exhibit 1?
Yes, I did.
Was the rebuttal testimony exhibit prepared under your supervision and direction?
Yes, it was.
Is the rebuttal exhibit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed rebuttal testimony or exhibit?
No, I do not.
Mr. Spanos, if I were to ask you the same questions that are set forth in your pre-filed rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Mr. Spanos. Commissioner Duffley, at this time, DC would ask that Mr. Spanos' pre-filed direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony be entered into records given orally from the stand, and that Spanos Exhibit 1, Spanos Supplemental Exhibit 1, and Spanos Rebuttal Exhibit 1 be marked as pre-filed.
The direct testimony of witness Spanos filed on January 19th, 2023, consisting of 20 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the appendix number 1. The exhibit number 1 attached to that direct testimony will be marked for identification as pre-filed. The supplemental testimony of Mr. Spanos filed on July 18th, 2023, consisting of 4 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The one supplemental exhibit will be marked for identification as pre-filed. The rebuttal testimony of Mr. Spanos filed on August 4th, 2023, consisting of 46 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. The one exhibit will be marked for identification as pre-filed.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Mr. Spanos, have you prepared summaries of your pre-filed direct, supplemental, and rebuttal testimony that were pre-filed in this docket?
Yes, I have.
Do you have any additional corrections to your pre-filed testimony summaries at this time?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Duffley, I just asked that Mr. Spanos' direct, supplemental, and rebuttal summaries be entered into the record if given orally here today.
Those summaries will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. Mr. Spanos is now available for cross-examination.
I have NCSEA first.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffley. This is Ethan Blumenthal on behalf of NCSEA. Good afternoon, Mr. Spanos.
Good afternoon.
I'll do our best to try to get under the wire, but we'll see. We may have to go into tomorrow. So jumping right in on net salvage escalation, do you recall performing any depreciation studies that did not involve escalating terminal net salvage?
I have performed depreciation studies that have not included escalation. In each case, that was the direction of the company because of the circumstances that happen in either their jurisdiction or other reasons, but it's a rare occasion that I would not include escalation because it doesn't follow the uniform system of accounts of proper recovery.
Okay. Now turning to NCSEA witness Dr. Kaufman's proposal, regarding that proposal to remove escalation from terminal net salvage costs, do you understand that under Dr. Kaufman's proposal, it is to use the current rather than future terminal salvage costs? Can restate that. I know I.
If you wouldn't mind, try again.
Yeah, of course. So in regards to Dr. Kaufman's proposal to remove escalation from terminal net salvage costs, do you understand that under that proposal, he is using current rather than future terminal net salvage costs?
Mr. Kaufman's, Dr. Kaufman's exhibits don't necessarily walk through all the calculations to support that. But under what I read, he is suggesting to utilize the decommissioning cost as of 2021 investment to recover depreciation expense of the terminal net salvage component in that regard. So he's not considering the fact that these assets will be retired in the future and that the cost would be as of the date of retirement, which is, again, the definition of depreciation.
Of course. And again, pursuant to Dr. Kaufman's proposal, do you understand that within that proposal regarding terminal net salvage costs, that they would be updated in subsequent studies to reflect such price changes in the future?
That may be the case of his proposal, but again, that then creates intergenerational inequities by the fact that you're not taking into consideration over the life of the assets a fair and equitable amount, systematically and rationally, again, based on the definition that you would recover that investment equally each year.
Okay. Do you agree that if a terminal net salvage is updated in a future study and that DEC maintains the use of the remaining life method, any resulting reserve imbalance would be ultimately recovered over that remaining life of the plant?
That is possible that would happen, again, based on all the factors that may occur. But then again, it's not following the systematic and rational manner that and affects the generations of customers. So you would not be consistently recovering the same amount of investment each year based on the recovery pattern of those assets that are in service.
I think this is probably somewhat similar, so we can skip it if it ultimately proves to be same, though. If the final depreciation study prior to a plant's retirement accurately forecasts net salvage and the life characteristics for a plant and incorporates the remaining life technique, would the depreciation reserve at retirement be sufficient to reflect the original cost of the plant less net salvage?
If the recovery of the rates based on how the estimated assets are to be utilized, again, consistent with the interim survivor curve and the net salvage percent, both on an interim and a terminal basis, and you get to the end point and it's time to retire the asset, if your estimate is accurate, you will get full recovery at the end of the remaining life. But again, that assumes that you've been properly recovering through the rates a systematic and rational amount of depreciation expense and the terminal component.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Could you turn to your rebuttal testimony, pages 11 and 12? And I can go ahead and start it. It quotes from the NARUC publication on net salvage, and really specifically looking at the top of page 12, where it states, hence, if users benefit from its use, they should pay their pro rata share of the costs involved in the abandonment or removal of the property. Do you see that? I believe it should be top of page 12.
Yes, I see the that leg. Sorry.
Yeah,
missed it the first time.
Of course. In this case, do you understand pro rata to mean in proportion to?
Yes, and as I go forward in the discussion, the purpose of this is to make sure that the cost of removal component and gross salvage is at the end of life. So you have to estimate what that is and then systematically recover it. So that is the definition that we're getting from NARUC, and what I lead on later in my testimony to explain that means it has to be the future cost, because the end of life is the component of net salvage that is when it occurs.
Okay. So with this, NARUC is saying that customers should pay through depreciation expense an appropriate share of the terminal costs of removing an asset.
Based on a uniform system of accounts, the terminal cost is the end of life cost of removal that's incurred and should be recovered, again, systematically and rationally each year.
Yes. So if two customers receive equal benefit from an asset for an asset year, they should both pay the same share of the asset's cost of removal.
On an annual basis, while they are benefiting from those assets, yes, that's a fair assessment.
Suppose these customers receive that benefit in different years, say the first and last year of an asset's life. Should they pay the same share of an asset's cost of removal?
That is the concept of depreciation and group depreciation, and that, again, you take all of the assets that are in service over their life and recover those equitably each year. So if they were a customer the first year or the last year, the expectation would be generally the same. Now, obviously, there's assets that get added and retired over that time, but the concept is, yes, it should be equal each year.
So if a customer in 1984 pays $100, say, for the cost of removing the asset, and another customer in 2024 also pays $100 for the cost of removing the same asset, have the customers in fact paid the same share of the asset's cost of removal, or a different share of the asset's cost of removal?
Your example doesn't quite apply to true group depreciation, but conceptually, if you're only talking about one asset and that asset to be placed in service, say had $500 and a cost of removal component of $100, you need to recover $600 over the life of that asset.
Yeah.
So in that example, if it's meeting what your question is asking, then yes, the 1984 customer should pay the same as the 2024 customer. They've both been given benefit of having that asset, providing them service, and they're utilizing it for each year that they were in place.
Okay. So, suppose that the $100 contributed by both customers were set aside into a decommissioning fund, and that decommissioning fund were used to cover the cost of removal at that plant's retirement. Did both customers contribute an equal share to that cost of removal?
Your example doesn't really apply, but the customer that was in 1984 would have to pay $100 each year as their overall benefit in the example. And the customer that was only in service during 2024 would have paid only 1 year's worth of recovery. So again, for the years that they were getting benefit, they paid the same amount.
They did. Okay. So if $100 in 1984 was roughly the equivalent of, let's say, 1 month of groceries, but $100 in 2024 was equivalent to 1 week of groceries, could this be caused by inflation?
There's a lot of factors built in there, but inflation's a component of recovery. If you go through and read all of the definition of depreciation and all the authoritative text, inflation is a component that you need to recover and should be built into the overall cost or service value of that asset. So in each of those cases, the way you described it, that asset and its recovery includes an inflation component as it should, because that's the amount that will be incurred at the time of retirement.
Okay. So then turning back to our example, and we continue the assumption that $100 in 1984 is 1 month of groceries and 2024 would be 1 week. Does that mean that a customer in 1984 is paying the equivalent of a month of their groceries versus a 2024 customer paying the equivalent of only a week of their groceries?
Again, your example doesn't really apply here, but again, all we're focusing on is the recovery of the asset. And if the service value of that asset on an annual basis is $100, regardless of the year, that's the component. Now, there's so many other factors that come into play, adding new investment, retiring investment, things that you didn't build into your example. But the concept is you develop a net salvage percent that's consistent with what the expectation is at the end of life. That full service value needs to be recovered through the life of the asset. And if that works out to be $100 and what we're talking about here each year, that's the appropriate aspect. But there's so many other things that you haven't added into your example, such as you're getting the accumulated benefit of already accruing that expense. So that's reducing the amount each year based on that component. So again, to try to isolate each of these things doesn't quite truly get into the concept of group depreciation and what a developed depreciation rate is for each of these asset categories.
Have you ever seen a decommissioning study that finds terminal salvage value of a coal plant to be greater than or equal to 0? i.e. the salvage value exceeds the cost of removal?
I have not been exposed to a decommissioning study where the salvage value is equal to the cost of removal at decommissioning. I am aware that there was at least 1 unit in Florida that was sold, and the particular utility did not have to incur the cost of removal, which gave them a salvage value. But that was a circumstance outside of the true concept of recovery, because the company that bought it had to incur those costs. So not as a scenario that I've been involved in. And I've done a lot of depreciation studies and many decommissioning studies as well. So I feel pretty comfortable saying that that's not something that's common.
Yeah, so you'd say the vast majority at the very least would be such that the cost of removal exceeds the salvage value.
Vast majority at the very least is a good way to describe it.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce an exhibit. Should I do the naming convention first or help with the binders first?
Yeah, why don't you may approach and let Mr. Spanos start looking at it and then come back and I'll be prepared with my documents as well.
Yeah. This NCC exhibits. He didn't say yet. Nice.
Thank you. You think it's one in here?
Yes, it's definitely 13. We'll be looking at page 13 of direct. So that should probably be the first little flag that I have for you.
Which exhibit?
Sorry, tab 13.
Okay.
At this time, could I move to have tab 13 potential NCSEA potential cross exhibit 13 marked as NCSEA Spanos direct supplemental and rebuttal cross exhibit 1. Believe I got that.
Yes, you get an A+ according to Mr. Meta. And that is so marked.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this study, did you prepare this depreciation study on behalf of Ameren, Missouri? Well, that should probably be the first few pages there.
Yeah, based on what I see here, there's some testimony and then the study.
I believe the rest of the study continues into the next binder, but yeah.
Yes, I knew it was pretty thick, so, okay.
Absolutely. Thank you. Looking at page 13 of Direct, which I believe is that first flag page for you, could you read lines 13 through 16?
Thirteen through 16?
Yes, I believe that's the question in the beginning of your answer.
Okay, so the question says, have Ameren, Missouri's depreciation rates included a terminal net salvage component for its non-nuclear power plants? And line 16 does not complete a sentence. Do you want me to?
Go ahead and complete the sentence, yes.
No, because as previously noted, the company has not yet estimated those costs. So while I believe such an estimate should be prepared as soon as reasonably possible, and that depreciation rates should reflect such costs, I have not reflected them at this time.
So would this count as a study where there was no escalation of terminal net salvage?
Again, as I state there, I have prepared that information, but because the company had not had time at the time of the rate case to complete a decommissioning study, it would have been too speculative at that time. So they asked me not to include decommissioning in the component. We used a interim net salvage for all assets so that there was net salvage incorporated for every asset, but it was not determined as terminal net salvage in this particular case because they did not have the study completed in time of filing.
Is it possible that there are additional studies that you performed where there was no escalation of the terminal net salvage?
There have been, again, a few other studies like we talked about earlier that I have performed that had decommissioning without escalation. And in all of those cases, which I believe is 4 out of probably 70 studies that I've done that did not have escalation, there was a specific reason, either the jurisdiction or the process that was done in that particular jurisdiction did not necessarily include it or had it handled in a separate way. That's not the case here in North Carolina, but that is, I can think of 4 cases in about 70.
Okay. Could you turn in the same exhibit to page Roman numeral 8, so VIII-2? That's probably the last flag in that binder, page flag of those blue ones that I have. I think there's one more underneath that, actually.
So just making sure, Roman numeral 8-2, which is the calculation of weighted net salvage.
Yes. Are the steam production plants coal plants in this exhibit or on this page?
Steam production plants are coal, yes.
And we covered earlier that all or essentially all of decommissioning studies that you have seen have found negative net salvage, correct? For coal plants?
Yeah, when you include, well, for terminal, definitely, for interim as well.
Okay.
So both components of the weighted net salvage.
Can you explain why for these steam plants you used 0 terminal net salvage rather than, say, an industry average or another potentially reasonable forecast?
As I mentioned in your earlier comment, the company had not completed their decommissioning study at the time they were filing, so they did not want to put in a speculative estimate of that. So they determined 0 to be put in for the terminal component, but the interim component is negative. So as you see on the far right-hand side, you get a negative weighted net salvage, which is part of the calculation.
Do you agree that under these recommended rates for these plants, customers will pay none of the terminal plant closure costs?
They will not, they're not built into the depreciation rates at this particular time because the study, the decommissioning study has not been performed. However, understanding what a weighted net salvage component means is you get that negative net salvage and that is covered over the life of the asset. So part of that is a terminal component. It's just not the full amount because the decommissioning piece of it is not included in the rate until they actually have a decommissioning study performed.
Understood. So is this study consistent with the uniform system of accounts?
In theory, it is because we're applying the weighted net salvage. In my opinion, and which is what I stated in the testimony, they need to get the terminal component into their rates in order to properly recover their investment. So they are lagging behind. That's the cause of not getting the decommissioning study done by the time they had their rate filing. But we still get, we're following the uniform system of accounts because we're applying the weighted net salvage to all assets.
Okay. I'd like to turn to looking at the last page of your direct testimony, Appendix A, page 20.
Are we still with Ameren or do we move back to?
I think we're going to move back there. We may pick up Ameren back sometime later, either today or tomorrow.
Yep. Sorry, you said the last page of my direct?
Yes, it would be in Appendix A and page 20, which I believe identifies some of the most recent depreciation studies that you have performed, but I'll let you get there and make sure we can confirm that.
So this document is what I call Appendix A, my qualification. So it includes some explanation of the history and then gets into cases that I've testified in over the years, which at this particular time when we filed that was up to 414. Is that what you're?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. And looking at page 20, that would identify the most recent depreciation studies that you've performed, correct?
Again, as of
Yeah.
this time, I've had 26 others since that time.
Thank you. So starting from the top of that, the first two rows, lines 406 and 407, would these be the same study for Duke Energy Progress, just different jurisdictions?
Yes, one in South Carolina, one in North Carolina.
Do you recall if any of the interveners objected to escalating terminal net salvage in those proceedings?
I don't believe in the North Carolina there was any objection. In the South Carolina, there was a different presentation of the total decommissioning component, which wasn't exactly the same as I did it through escalation, but it was presented in a different fashion. Again, making it similar to getting a net salvage component on all assets throughout the life. So not directly explaining it to be escalation, but it did recover the full service value up to that point in time, just less than what I recommended.
Could you turn to, it would be tab 14 in binder 3, and I'd like to move another exhibit and mark that for cross-examination. Could, it would be NCSEA Spanos Direct Supplemental Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 2.
It is so identified.
You there, looking at page 3 and specifically lines 8 through 12. They say the majority of the reduction relates to generation accounts with changes in lifespans for Roxborough and Mayo units, removal of the necessary escalation of decommissioning costs to the date of retirement, and an elimination of the standard contingency costs which are a component of decommissioning. Would you consider this to be a removal of escalation costs?
Again, as I explained earlier, because you're using a weighted net salvage percent and you're doing it out to the date of retirement, it still includes that component. But the intent of this particular witness was attempting to remove escalation, but that's not how the calculation rolls out. It includes cost removal and net salvage all the way to the end of the retirement date,
Okay.
which includes escalation in theory.
Okay. Then going back to your direct exhibit or Appendix A, line 408 would be a study for the Northern Indiana Public Service Company, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall if any of the interveners objected to escalating terminal net salvage in that proceeding?
I believe the same witness, Mr. Garrett, objected. Again, his recommendation was to include the weighted net salvage component out to the date of retirement. So again, it's the same escalation that I talked about in South Carolina, just not presented in the same fashion that I did.
And then continuing to look back at Appendix A, the next three lines would be water companies, correct?
That's correct.
Then line 412 is the Ameren study that we looked at earlier, where you proposed no net salvage subject to the company's failure to do the decommissioning study, correct?
I recommended no terminal net salvage, which in turn created a negative interim net salvage.
So it's fair to say there was no escalation in that study for terminal net salvage costs.
As I mentioned, because you're applying the weighted net salvage, there is escalation, but for the terminal component, there was not escalation.
And then the last two lines on the Appendix A would be gas companies, correct?
Yes, the one being Duke Energy Ohio and the other one being National Fuel Gas. So those are the last
two.
8 that I had as of the time that my direct was filed here.
Yeah, appreciate that. So looking at the studies listed on this page, of the 4 electric studies, would it be fair to say that lumping the DEP cases together, that all of the studies involved some form of non-escalation of terminal net salvage, either by yourself or by an intervener?
Well, I would not say that on the Duke Energy Progress 407, because that did include escalation, similar to what we have in this case. The Duke Energy Progress in South Carolina, as I mentioned, it's, again, in my opinion, there is escalation. It's just not presented in the same fashion. Northern Indiana, again, the way that's set up, there is escalation through that process in that filing. Those are and then you have Ameren that did not include the terminal component because they didn't have a study done, but it does include a weighted net salvage. So I don't know that I can agree with your statements as you lay it out. Some of those are different than what we have in this case, but they're still recovering a component out through the date of retirement at the level that would be recovered at that time for those assets.
Okay. Do you agree that if we were to look at some of the cases on the other pages, we would find examples where you yourself did not propose escalating terminal net salvage?
As I mentioned, there are a couple, but if you were to go through the majority and look at the electric generating studies that I've done of the 26 that aren't listed here most recently, I think you're going to find that almost all of them include escalation because that's, again, consistent with the Uniform System of Accounts. And in any case that it would be outside of that, it was because there was something specific in that jurisdiction or how they record it that would cause for any difference in that recovery pattern.
And I, looking at this, apologize for the double negative, but is the non-escalation of net salvage estimates inconsistent with the USOA?
it does not recover the full service value under the definition of uniform system of accounts of the asset. So in that regard, it is not consistent with uniform system of accounts. It's not consistent with all other assets in the system, such as transmission, distribution, general plan. All of those accounts are handled in the same fashion, and that you determine your estimate of net salvage based on what those costs are going to be at the end of their life. The only difference is that a generating facility has a concurrent date where mass property has assets that get retired day in and day out. So that's the slight difference, but non-escalation would not properly recover the full service value.
Looking on pages 42 and 43 of your rebuttal, you quote certain aspects of the uniform system of account.
Sorry, what page was that again?
42 to 43.
Okay, I'm there.
Looking at these series of quotes that you included, do these quotes contain the term depreciation expense?
These particular terms do not list depreciation expense. Again, net salvage means this, the salvage value. It's leading into the service value, the full service value, which leads into recovering it on a cost allocation basis. So again, if you add more definitions in the uniform system of accounts, you'll see depreciation expense, but the ones that I've listed here do not.
Okay. And so do the quotes discuss appropriate methods for forecasting the cost of removal?
These particular quotes do not, but again, if you read through all of the uniform system of accounts and the NARUC manual and the Wolf and Fitch depreciation systems text, which are the primary authoritative texts, you will see all that.
Okay. And within the USOA, does it state that an equal nominal dollar amount of cost of removal should be charged to depreciation expense in each year of an asset's life?
I don't remember if those are the exact words, but that's the concept that you should be recovering on a cost allocation basis, an amount each year of the asset's life.
Okay. Okay, let's change pace here. Could you turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 21, please?
I am there.
Great. At line 9, you state, for mathematical curve matching, I've used a measure of fit called the residual measure, correct?
Yes, that's the output. It's a sum of square calculations.
So sum of the square of the difference?
Yep.
Between the smooth, and that is the difference between the smooth survivor curve and the original curve, correct?
For a statistical basis, that is the difference. Again, anytime you're over, you have a certain level of differential, and anytime you're under, same type of thing.
Great, thank you. Now, talking specifically about account 354, let's look at your rebuttal, page 27. Specifically looking at lines 6 through 8, I believe you state, when considering the overall life cycle and the significant statistical points of the account, the 70-R2.5 curve is a much better fit. Is that correct?
Yes.
So by significant statistical points of the account, do you mean the points in the original life curve where the exposure is more than 1%?
Yes, when you look through the curve and those points that are on page 26 of my testimony, you will see that the 70 R2.5, which is the curve lower, does meet all the points through age 66 much better than the 75 R2.5, which does a good job of matching the points from ages 40 to 60, but is not as good as the exposures up to age 40 and after age 60.
Okay. I'd like to mark another cross-examination exhibit, potential, this is NCAA or NCSEA, potential cross 3, exhibit 3, tab 3. So that would be in binder number 1, which should be up there. Sorry for the multiple binders.
So potential exhibit number 3 will be, okay.
Thank you, sorry. NCSEA Spanos Direct Supplemental Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 3. I believe we're on 3.
And what's the potential exhibit is
It's-
3 and you want to name it? 3.
Cross exhibit 3,
Okay,
yes.
so it will be so marked.
Thank you. You there?
I believe. So
Thank
number 3,
Yes.
and talks about my rebuttal and account 354.
Yeah, and have you seen this response? This is a data request from that DEC provided NCSEA 1-2. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. It indicates that the significant points are those up to age 61.5, correct?
It says the significant statistical points that were strongly considered for determining the future life characteristics of the assets in the account are those represented through age 61.5.
Okay, so
Doesn't mean that everything else was ignored. It's just that on a statistical basis, that was the focus. I don't do just statistical analysis, but that's what this response is because I'm answering your question.
okay, appreciate that. With that, I'd like to introduce another cross exhibit. This would be potential, or NCSA potential exhibit 17, and would become NCSEA Spanos Direct Supplemental Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 4.
Okay, that will be allowed, and just for clarity purposes as well, the previous exhibit is NCSEA Spanos Direct Supplemental and Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 3, and approve the NCSEA Spanos Direct Supplemental and Rebuttal Cross number 4, which is potential exhibit number 17.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, yes, binder number 3.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think, yeah, they get tucked in underneath the rest of that Ameren study,
Yep, thank you.
of course. So, looking at table 3, yeah, from your rebuttal, with significant statistical points are featured. Looking at this figure, do you agree that the NCSEA curve provides a better visual fit than the Duke curve over the majority of the 61.5 years?
Again, if you're only doing that component of analysis, which I don't think is correct, the 70 R2.5 is much better through age 38. The 75 R2.5 is better from age 38 to age 59. And then the 70 R2.5 is better visually for ages 60 and 61. So again, depending on your perspective, if you were doing just a visual matching, or that would be my response to your question. But again, that's not the purpose of life estimation.
Yep. Then moving to another cross-examination exhibit, this one would be in CSEA Potential Exhibit 16, also binder 3, so it should be just there. And that would be named, if allowed, NCSEA Spanos Direct Supplemental and Rebuttal Cross Exhibit 5.
It will be so marked.
Do you see that this exhibit shows the Duke and NCSEA smooth survival curves and the original survival curve residuals?
I do see the residuals. However, this represents the DEC proposal was a 70-R2. We are recommending a 70-R2.5. So it's my opinion that the numbers in that column are not accurate.
Understood. Still moving forward, looking at that first column, years of exposure, do these years cover the significant statistical points as we have previously discussed per the data response? Meaning through year 61.5.
So you've presented, if I'm understanding this correctly, you're presenting the years of exposure in the reverse order, but 61.5 down to 0 as significance, which I do think are significant points. But again, statistical analysis is not what should be done only. So it's hard to really understand the numbers in the table when you have an incorrect curve. So it's hard to match all of that. So you did put 0 to 61.5 here. I can say that, but I'm not sure what else I can support on this.
And then looking across, you see where the columns, there are columns for squared residuals and absolute value of residuals.
I do see that.
Yep. And then looking at the row that says total across the top there, understanding that this is the DEC proposed is shown as the 70-R2 and not 70-R2.5. Do you see that this row shows the sum of the squared residuals and the sum of the absolute value of residuals for both Duke and DEC proposed curves?
I assume when you're referencing the far right on the absolute residuals, those last two columns are what you're referring to. And if I'm understanding that correctly, I can't confirm these numbers, but obviously I know the 70-R2 columns for Duke are not accurate. So the 75-R2.5, they may be. I didn't check them based on the way this was put through.
Okay. And generally, smaller residuals means a better fit to the data points, correct?
If you're only doing a statistical analysis, which doesn't make a lot of sense.
Let's move on to looking back at your rebuttal testimony on page 27.
Yes.
And lines 8 through 10, you state that the transmission towers will have changes in the near future as lines are retired due to generation facilities being retired and many of the lattice towers being changed out to, to tubular poles. I believe I said that right.
You did.
Good. Can we, let's look back to tab 13 on binder 2. That would be, I believe, NCSEA cross exhibit 1 as marked, and looking specifically at page Roman numeral 6, so VI 7, that should be one of those the earlier flags that or at least that should come
6
or 6 Roman numeral 6-7.
So I'm looking at the Ameren, Missouri
Yes.
studies.
Yes.
All right.
For this study, what average life is proposed here for account 354?
A 75 R4.
And then moving just a few pages earlier to Roman numeral 6-4, and looking specifically at the retirement dates for the Merrimack and Sioux plants, they have a probable retirement of 2022 and 2030 respectively, I believe.
Yes, Merrimack, December of 22, and Sioux is December of 2030.
Is it fair to say that you've represented a 75-year life for this account to be reasonable, even if for a utility that is retiring generation assets?
A 75-year life for these assets.
For the assets in the account to be reasonable.
I'm asking about 354. I just want to make sure I understand that.
I believe, yeah,
These aren't the.
no.
I just want to make sure I'm answering.
So we are talking about account 354, but recognizing that they are tied to these other, the Merrimack and the Sioux plants that would be retiring. So those are retiring, and recognizing that those are retiring, you have represented a 75-year life for account 354 to be reasonable.
First, need to understand what types of assets Ameren, Missouri has, what their practices are for replacement of their towers, transmission towers. Second, the Merrimack and Sioux facilities, if you look on page Roman numeral 3-6, those assets have, Merrimack is 61 to 69 years, and Sioux is 62 or 63 years for those particular units. So both of those have lives less than 75, less than 70, and we're not even building in the interim component, which means the overall life cycle is less than even what's listed here as the lifespan. So understanding that the 75-year R4, which is for towers, which includes all transmission towers and includes more than just those two facilities, I can't support your concept of Merrimack and Sioux being 75 years, even though the average life for the specific towers for Ameren, Missouri, which is under different plans and practices and understanding of the specific assets. Maybe they're not going to tubular poles, which they're not going as rapid as Duke is. So I know that by doing both studies. So those are things that you have to be understanding when you're trying to bring it back to my testimony when I'm talking about those types of things. So that's kind of the scenario that you build in when you look at these things. And when you know that Merrimack and Sioux are going to be retired very soon, they're not going to reach 75 years, and they're going to cause a lot of transmission assets to be replaced because the transmission lines come from the generating facilities. That's going to then create a shorter overall life in the future for the Ameren, Missouri towers as well.
Okay, understood. So is it your understanding that DEC plans to prematurely retire transmission towers in order to install tubular poles?
Definitely not my, what I'm stating in this particular testimony. What I'm stating is that when as they go through and recycle assets or replace assets, in particular transmission towers, more likely than not, they're going to go from lattice towers to tubular towers, which means you can't have a statistical analysis that supports just the lattice towers, which is why you don't just do a statistical analysis. And two, that is going to create, because generation is being retired, you are going to have a higher percentage of retirements in transmission towers because the generation is gone and you're going to have to build new lines with your new generation.
Thank you. I see that we have hit 5 o'clock. Would you like me to continue or hold for tomorrow?
I appreciate you looking at the clock, and so we've come to the end of our day. And so we're going to go off before we go off the record, we're going to resume tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. And now we'll go off the record.